Greetings, ladies and mental gents, and welcome to the spooky marathon of 200 of the scariest stories from the subreddit ShortScaryStories. This is not my normal genre of narration. Normally, I either do fantasy or sci-fi, but I saw this subreddit and thought that doing a marathon-length video of super short stories would be ironic and funny, and possibly enjoyable. One of the rules on the subreddit is that no story is allowed to be longer than 500 words. For those who are new here, I hope that you will stick around and have a look at some of my other content. And for those of you who are old hands at this, do not worry, my content is not changing. We will be back to normal programming just after this. But in the meantime, I hope that you all enjoy. And if you do, please consider subscribing. Please note that the links to the original stories will be down below in the pinned comment. And now, I hope you're ready to get your spook on in 3, 2, 1. Story number 101. She's Not Listening. Written by M. Lad Joan. I can hear her quietly crying in her bedroom. She's been in there for hours. I call out to her through the door and ask her to let me in, to talk to me, to let me explain everything. She just won't listen. I hear her voice quiver, her mumbling through her pained sobs. Her footsteps start around the room twice before the door slams open. She passes by me, ignoring all my attempts to stop her. I please to slow down. Her rush steps lead her outside into the thick of night. She jumps into her car, slamming the door behind her with a clenched yelp. I rush to the passenger seat, begging her to listen to me. But she wouldn't. Her face is streaked with tears. Her eyes are puffed and bloodshot. She steps on the gas, driving recklessly down the familiar streets of our small town. I lower my voice. I try calmly to talk her out of this dangerous behavior, but it all falls on deaf ears. I feel my eyes well, looking at the love of my life in this horrible state. I did this to her. I may have blamed so many others once, but nobody else is to blame. Only me. An overwhelming sense of guilt washes over me as she picks up even more speed. Scant cars driving in this late night honk at her, barely dodging her manic swerves. A man yells from a vehicle, calling her a war or some such. She just doesn't seem to care. She keeps driving. She presses the brakes in the middle of the bridge. The car screeches, abruptly stopping. She leaps out of the car, leaving the door open. I open my mouth to ask her what she was doing. I almost utter my concern for her safety if she keeps stepping on the brakes so violently. But that is when I look out at the passenger window and realize how familiar this place was. My stomach turns. I see her making demonstrative steps towards the edge of the bridge. My eyes widen as I leap out of the car, screaming at her to stop and talk to me. She isn't listening. Before I have a chance to reach her, she has already climbed over the slippery bars, holding onto the outer side of the railing. I halt my manic dash, feeling my knees give. She stops twice, turning her head towards the wreath of fake flowers tied onto the railing next to her. Her lower lip quivers. She looks downwards towards the turbulent river and screams into the night. She cusses at me, insults me, calls me horrible names. I stop and lower my arms. Tears streak down my face without stop. I see her hands loosen their grip and her wailing body plummet. I weakly stumble forward, empty and defeated, placing my quivering hands onto the railing. I look down at the river in which my love jumped, the river in which I jumped. End of story. Story number 102. You know about the Tooth Fairy, right? Well, I'm the Organ Fairy, and your bill is due. Written by Michelle Wrights. Don't look so shocked. You signed the paperwork. I got it right here. You said you offered up your, liver. Seriously, you traded your liver to attend Kanye West concert. I could understand maybe giving up a kidney or even a testicle, but you got 2 of those. Oh, you wanted front row. Well, each to their own, I guess. For Pete's sake, no, I can't take your soul instead. That's a different department, and we don't work with those arrogant pricks. The soul fairies are the worst. They think their non-corporeal part of human is the most important. Ha! Try walking around without a heart. In your case, a liver. You gotta stick with the terms of the original deal. It's right here in the contract. Nobody ever reads the contracts. You have to write your name in blood. You think you can just take 5 minutes to review the document. This is a scalpel. This is very sharp, and it'll cut straight through your muscle like a melted butter. Yes, it's gonna hurt. I'm taking your liver. Why, do you think I'd have to tie it to a bed? Of course you can't move. Humans are wrigglers, especially when you're carving into the flesh to remove organs. Anesthesia? Are you kidding me, right? I'm not a doctor. I'm an organ fairy. Okay, look, most people don't know this, but you can include the painkiller clause in your deal. You have to ask for it, though, not that you'll be making any more deals. Offering up your liver is a one-way ticket to the beyond. Dude, I hear this all the time. People always want to make another deal. I can't get you a replacement liver, and I can't let you trade out another organ for the one that you already offered. What am I going to do with the money? No, you can't give me your girlfriend. I don't want your dog either. Yeah, well, maybe you should have thought of that before you signed the contract that you didn't read. No offense, but I'll have to gag you now, because you'll scream and it's distracting. Here, let me stuff this gauze into your mouth. That's better. I gotta get the show on the road. I have 4 o'clock appointment with the dentist who traded his heart for the cure to his daughter's cancer. That's noble. I'll probably give him morphine on the house because he made his deal to save someone else's. You, however, are an idiot who gave away his liver for a frickin' concert. Now, hold still. This first cut is the most important. End of story. Story number 103. Can I buy you a drink? Written by Anatomical Snuffbox. I turned to see a tall, dark-haired guy behind me, looking nervous. Sure, just one, though. I have to get home to feed Muffin. He really hates being kept waiting. Muffin, cute name for a cute girl. He looks me up and down and smiles. What can I get you? I giggle in a way that I hope he likes. Surprise me. Nothing too strong, though. I'm a lightweight. I'll be back in a sec. In the bathroom, I touch up my lipstick and then blow a kiss in the mirror. Does he think I'm sexy? I really hope so. I head back inside and he hands me a drink. It's a Long Island iced tea, okay? Sounds amazing. I take a long sip. It's so good. Is this actually tea? Yeah, tea with a little bit of rum. Nothing too hardcore. Don't worry. Oh, good. I wouldn't want to get wasted. Wow, not too much. That makes him laugh. What did you get? Just water. I've been here for a while, so I need to sober up. Don't want to get wasted, you know. He winks, and I giggle again. You better catch up, though. You're not going to get anywhere with one Long Island. Finish that one, and I'll get you another. He's so perfect. You're sweet. Do you do this to every girl? Only the ones as pretty as you. My heart's fluttering, and I'm so excited. He buys me another, and then another, and I'm really wobbly standing up. I grab his arm for support. I can't drive home, so I give him my car keys and address and lie down on the back seat. I close my eyes. I open my eyes, and he's lifting me out of the car, then through the front door and up the stairs. He carries me to the bed and unbuckles his belt. No, I mumble. It's okay. You won't remember a thing. He yanks my dress up to my waist. He's so focused on undressing me that he doesn't hear Muffin emerge from under the bed. His shriek of terror is abruptly cut off as Muffin's jaws close over his head and shoulders, and I roll off the bed just in time to avoid the most splurting blood. Then I hear a wet chewing and a crunching as Muffin finishes what was left of his meal. I sit up, Muffin slurping blood from the sheets, but he bares his yellow fangs and hisses. All 7 eyes are fixed balefully on me. Excuse me, I say reproachfully. I can't be too picky about what I bring home, given we've started eating ethically. With that attitude, you should be happy you're getting fed at all. Muffin yawns in my face and settles down to lick his scales clean as I wipe the blood and makeup off my human skin. apply moisturizer, and put it back in the closet. End of story. Story 104. Re-entry, written by the Curious Dead Cat. Dressed in a dirtied spacesuit, the astronaut did his best to control his breathing. It was difficult. The confined cabin would have proven claustrophobic even to the most adventurous of individuals. It didn't help that nothingness surrounded him, a complete absence of light. Even the farthest reaches of space were remarkably brighter, with their darkness broken up by the stars. He suffused the cramped little pod. It was piloted by an American, and the markings on the outside of the craft were to be believed. In the thick, bold letters were the words, United States. Plastered underneath was an old glory, slightly crooked. The astronaut reached out, feeling for the control panel. No flashing LEDs were there to guide his hands, and he snapped a bare wall. Mayday! 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 He called out, hoping Mission Control could hear him. Only an odd whooshing sound and his own heavy panting greeted his ears. He tried not to let the panic overwhelm him. Many a solo mission he'd been on in the past, but it was the first time he truly felt alone. A piercing alarm from someplace he couldn't quite pinpoint broke through his reverie. Oddly enough, the noise comforted him. He took it in as a sign that he was not forgotten, that there was still some connection between himself and the rest of humanity. Come in, ground control, he tried again. Though the alarm continued, he thought he might have been able to hear a muffled garble of voices. Sweat poured from his brow, and he tugged at the collar of his spacesuit. Its heavy material only added to his current misery. He could not see it, but it felt as the air around him was shimmering in the heat waves. Blackness of a different kind began to swim at the edges of his vision. He tried once more to summon the faraway voices. His lungs no longer had the capacity. Even the numbness overcame him. Fear still lingered. From chapped lips spilled the inaudible last word. Mama. The firefighter shook his head, looking away from the sickening sight before him. The house had been well and truly gutted by flames, but enough of it had remained intact to piece together the scene. 2 victims had been claimed by the inferno. A woman had been discovered in the remnants of the kitchen. Her proximity to the source of the blaze, a toaster, indicated that she had succumbed relatively quickly to smoke inhalation. The second body was much smaller. The kid, dressed in some odd costume, had been nearly overlooked. By some bizarre happenstance, the cardboard box he had hidden himself in had remained relatively untouched. The firefighter would have smiled at the vessel masquerading as a spaceship, had it not been for the untimely passing. He took a moment to mourn the child. Out of respect in the boy's imagination, he noted in his mind the cause of death, burnt up upon re-entry. End of chapter. Story 105, 11:60 p.m. Written by Northern Realm Jackal. When I woke up, it was still pitch black outside. My alarm hadn't gone off. I just woke up. Feeling oddly refreshed, after failing to go back to sleep, I rolled over to check the time on my phone. 11:60 p.m. It said. This again. My computer had done the same thing a few hours earlier, give or take. Before going to bed, I had been playing video games. I had checked the time in the lower right corner of my computer screen. It had displayed the same time as my phone did now, 11:60 p.m. A glitch, obviously. Usually, when you press the time, it'll pop up and show you the seconds as well. But this hadn't resolved the issues. March 32nd, 11:60:00. It had told me, frozen on those 60 minutes and 0 seconds, as the software does sometimes. I hadn't given it much thought at the time. I had just shut the computer down and gone to bed. I was starting to get freaked out. I opened up my browser and Googled the current time, UTC+2. The result made my skin crawl. I began to panic, searching for a time across the various time zones. They all came out as 11:60:00 p.m., all at the same time. What felt like a few hours of panicky searching later, and I realized the sun should have been up by now. The sky should have at least brightened a little. I suddenly felt weirdly claustrophobic, as if unending darkness outside was suffocating me. I turned on all the lights I could find. Then I went to wake up my roommate. I don't know what I expected him to do, maybe confirm that I was hallucinating and call an ambulance for me. But he didn't wake up. He wasn't dead, but he also wasn't waking up. I tried everything. I likely almost killed him several times, but he remained in a comatose sleep despite my best efforts. So did everyone else. Soon hereafter, the knocking started. It had been maybe 2 to 3 days now, and really hard to tell with all the watches are stuck, and the darkness remains completely unchanged. I still had some food left. Knock, knock. I've tried to call people, but no one is picking up, not even 911. I also tried a bunch of overseas numbers. They should be awake now. But according to several online world clocks, it is 11:60 p.m. at their longitude as well. Knock, knock. I'm not sure how long the power is going to last, or why it's even working in the first place. If it shuts down, it'll just be me, by myself, in the dark. Me and whoever is knocking at my front door, calling my name and what appears to be my own voice. Knock, knock. End of story. Story number 106. I Don't Love You, written by Dizzy Rate. I love you. Do you know that? I was there when you got your first job. I was there when you got your first car. I was there when you got your first girlfriend. Why wasn't it me? Was I not pretty enough? I was there when you were depressed. I was there for you when she wasn't. I was at the same party as her. I slipped something into her drink. I was the one that told the guy that she was easy. She doesn't deserve you. I was the one that took the picture. I was the one that posted it on social media. I was there when you found out she cheated on you. I was there when you broke up with her. I was there for you when you needed a shoulder to cry on. I was there when you got a phone call that she killed herself. I was there when you began to hate yourself. I still love you. You kissed me, and that's when I knew that you loved me too. I saw you with that war. I saw what you two did to each other in your room. It was there when she was walking home alone. I was the one that slit her throat. I was on your bed wearing my best lingerie. You walked in and smiled. We made love. I told you about my feelings, but you rejected me. It was just sex. I gave you my virginity. I thought you loved me. I don't love you anymore. You messaged me asking me to come over, and I said yes. I handed you a drink when you sat on my bed naked. I was the one that put the cyanide in it. I watched every second of your death with a smile on my face. I don't love you. End of story. Story number 107. Then Nudes, written by Zacharias Frost. My phone vibrates on the countertop as I continue applying moisturizer to my cheek. Send me a pic. The text is from Ryan. I roll my eyes and chuckle as I text him back. Shouldn't you be finishing up work? I put the phone down and continued my task. A minute or two later, it buzzes again. I'm gonna be a while. Before I have time to respond, another message comes through. How about some motivation to get me home quicker? I put down the jar of moisturizer and thought about it. As luck would have it, I just primed to enter the shower, so I figured, sure, why not? Hold on, I text. I remove the baggy Star Wars t-shirt and undo the blue lace bra for an optimal shot of my... well, you know. After positioning myself on my back to the window, I erect the middle finger and snap a picture and send it to him, along with the tagline, "Hurry home." With another chuckle, I conclude my hygienic routine and fully undress to enter the shower. The scalding hot water cascades down upon me as the grime of the daily grind drifts away and relaxation sets in. On the counter outside, I hear my phone buzz once again, and I think nothing of it. I sit in the shower for several minutes, allowing the comforting stream to flow down my neck and hug my body with its warmth. Again, I hear the phone buzz. Again, I ignore it. I step from the shower, and several minutes later, I wrap up the towel around me. I throw my hair into another towel, and finally return to my phone. 3 missed calls, all from Ryan. Confused, I scroll down and see that I have a text from him as well. "Grab the gun underneath the bed and hide. I'm calling the police." A grimace forms on my face as I read it. What's got him so riled up? "Nicole, answer your freaking phone. I'm on my way. Hang tight." Another text rolls through. Thoroughly flabbergasted at the events, I text him back. "What's wrong?" I ask. As I await a response, I decide to take another look at the picture, which had apparently so suddenly set him off. I open it, and at first I see nothing amiss, but then I see it, and my heart stops like an anvil. In the background of the image, almost blended entirely into the darkness on the other side of the bathroom window, I see the face of a man with hungry eyes and a sadistic grin. The phone falls from my grip as my hand begins to tremble. It begins to vibrate again as Ryan's name is illuminated on the screen. As I lean down to pick it up, the bathroom door creaks behind me. Story 109. Written by Jellyfish Are Robots. The last man on Earth sat in his room. There was a knock at his door. Aaron stood up in the words of his computer and let out a little chuckle. Whoever wrote this overused short story again had no original ideas. He shook his head. How could anyone think it would be a good idea to retype a cliché story? Maybe someone should spice it up. Suddenly, inspiration struck him like a light bulb over his head. His fingers began to fly across the keys. The last man on Earth sat in his room. There was a knock at his door. The last one on Earth walked in, an infection spreading all over her body. He screamed, knowing that there was no way out of the situation. They would die together, slowly and painfully, at the last two humans to succumb to the disease. Aaron sat back, admiring his fresh new take on the story. A smile played at the corner of his lips. Bang! 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 There was a knock on the door. Aaron's brows knitted together in confusion. He wasn't expecting anyone to come over. He was the only person who was staying in his dorm over the summer break. No one else was supposed to be there. He was supposed to be alone. A girl burst in, pus-filled sores oozing all over her body, her eyes bloodshot, her lips blue. She moaned and groaned as she stomped over and where Aaron sat, rigid with fear. He felt like he couldn't move. The girl descended upon him. No one was there to hear him scream. Riley read the short story on his phone. The last man sat in his room. There was a knock at the door. Wow, how unoriginal, Riley scoffed. Maybe someone should spice it up. End of story. Story 110. An Appointment, written by the lame help the blind. This is actually a very common type of thinking. Dr. Ostiad smiles. It's called, Capgras delusion, yes. Jane sighs impatiently. She traces her fingernails on her arm and wrist and leaves behind 5 satisfying trails on the green suede. The doctor's clock ticks away. Time on the wall, 3:54 p.m. A lot of people have these thoughts now and then. Not just patients, anyone. It's a part of being alive, exploring what that means to you. You come across unsettling premises once in a while. Right, Jane says, but it isn't Capgras, though. I'm not worried that those around me are replaced by imposters. I'm worried that they are replaced by, well, not replaced even. Dr. Ostiad looks at her quizzically, her small round frames balanced on the tip of her nose. I'm worried that I might be the only sentient creature in existence. Not like solipsism or anything. Not necessarily like solipsism. I don't think everyone besides me is a robot or anything. Necessarily. Jane swallows, and the Dr. Ostiad nods and smiles encouragingly. The track marks on the green suede are disappearing. People around me could be, well, computers, like in solipsism. Or they could be evil gods, or God. I sound insane, don't I? Jane laughs to cover her face with her palms. Not at all, Dr. Ostiad says warmly. I think you're incredibly brave for coming here. We all have different fears. Okay, Jane sighs. Well, so my biggest fear is just that no one is real, that only I am alive and that everyone else is a shell. A bird flies past the window, cawing loudly. The clock continues ticking, each second louder than the one before. But I know it's irrational, she hurries to add. Most of my fears are, but knowing that they're irrational doesn't help in moments of crisis, you know. Dr. Ostiad nods. Jane, she says, I think it's good that you're here today. Yeah? Jane looks into the doctor's blue eyes, which look back in silence. A smile sits in the corner of the doctor's mouth. Silence fills the air, and Jane's heart starts to beat loudly in her chest. Yes, the doctor replies finally. It's good that you're getting help for your anxiety. I have a 4 o'clock appointment, so I'm afraid that this is it for us today. Jane breathes a sigh of relief. I'll see you next week, Jane, Dr. Ostiad says. Yeah, I'll be back. Bye, Jane says. Bye, Dr. Ostiad replies. Jane closes the door behind her, and Dr. Ostiad remains seated in a chair, the same smile frozen on her face, the round frame sitting on the bridge of her nose. The clock has stopped ticking. The birds are silent. There are no patients waiting. End of story. Story 111. Lost Messages by Tatsuya. I love you, Mom. I can hear footsteps on the stairs. I think he's outside my room. I hear sirens, but they're far away. I'm hiding in the closet, and I hope he didn't hear me. Hang on, I heard something downstairs. The cops are already here looking for him. I'll catch him. Don't worry, Mom. I'm safe. I love you. The cops said that he's some escaped serial killer and he's been breaking into homes around the area. Yes, Mom, it's on the news now. I'll keep the doors locked. Messages are read in chronological order, with the most recent at the beginning. End of story. Story 112. Side Effects, written by Pt.2. Adam fidgeted in his chair. Next to him, his wife patiently flipped through the medical magazine. She hated these doctor's appointments, but like most things in life, it was necessary. I don't know why one would take these drugs, Emily piped up beside him. Listen to this one. It's a drug that clears up acne, but also can give you diarrhea, acid reflux, and suicidal thoughts. Adam gave her a side-eye. Want to hear another? She turned towards a few more pages. Okay, this one takes care of your migraine, but if it's in a place you can give you dry eye, hypertension, and diarrhea. Why is diarrhea always a side effect? Adam snorted, and an older woman in the waiting room frowned at him. He quickly cleared his throat. As if on cue, the nurse opened up the door in the waiting room. Adam Reaver, Dr. Watts will see you now. The two followed the nurse through the door, down the hall and into the exam room. Soon enough, Dr. Watts knocked on the door. They exchanged pleasantries before getting down to business. So what brings you in today? I have some trouble with this medication you put me on. With the sun over? Dr. Watts asked, looking over at Adam's chart. When did this trouble start? Adam prodded his brow and looked at Emery for help. She turned to the doctor. About 3 weeks ago. Is it not helping you sleep? No, it's making me hallucinate. Dr. Watts studied Adam with some concern. How do you know? I'm seeing things that I know aren't real. Like, I walked onto the deck yesterday, and there was this huge white deer in the backyard, and when Emily came out, she asked me what I was looking at. I told her, and she looked at me like I was crazy. She said there wasn't a deer there. Anything else like this happen? Yeah, a few more things. That's why we came in today, to see how concerned we should be. Dr. Watts smiled reassuringly. Don't you worry, we'll figure out what's going on. The doctor stood up and went to the door, leaving a nervous couple alone. Once in the hallway, he immediately found the receiving nurse and pulled her aside. Laura, please, I want you to cancel any prescriptions for Somnova for Adam Reaver, effective immediately. Also, please call an ambulance to take him to the hospital. I can do that. What's wrong? The drug is making him hallucinate. Hallucinate what? Emily, he believes he's seeing his late wife. End of chapter. Story 113. The Face, written by Dark Writer, 1992. Penelope told herself that one day people would notice her. It was just a matter of being in the right place at the right time. What else did she have besides her delicate features? A life behind the camera was not worth living. Last week, Penelope had taken a small hammer and shattered all of the mirrors in her tiny apartment. cackling like a roguish hyena. She would empty bits of glass into the wastebasket and then place it into the bin outside. No way would she be reminded of the flaws of brushing her teeth or doing something so rudimentary. Penelope knew that she had a lot to acquire, and a defeatist attitude was not the answer in Hollywood. Her looks would give her a career and eventually, within time, an identity with the public, but most important of all, life. She had already started taking acting lessons. Penelope was going to become world famous with her aesthetics. Little girls would watch her on the television and look up to her. They just didn't know it yet. Her looks would make her a matinee idol, at least in her own mind. The public opinion would vary. By the industry standards, she had it all. A woman had big, round, beautiful eyes, a broad, pearly white smile, a clear porcelain skin hung up on the rack in her room. The two eyes were floating in a glass jar next to another jar with a pair of ears. She had cut them off of a gorgeous face, and she kept her aesthetics into separate jars for herself. The bloody knife that she had used had been cleaned and put back in the dishwasher. Penelope spent the better part of the morning with sewing needle and thread, stitching together the 2 ears, 2 eyes, the sharp nose, the plump red lips on the fleshy mesh of rubber, and matted hair. When she was done, she tucks the rubber mask down over her head and begins to cry, clapping her hands together. Gorgeous. End of story. Story number 114. I Murdered My Wife, written by a rainy raven. It was cold. We were snowed in. I had a headache and she wouldn't turn the TV off. I asked nicely at first. After it was done, I brushed the snow from my jeans and took off my boots. I sat down in her armchair. It was very peaceful. There was certain stillness that winter brings. I moved the window and blew softly on the glass, tracing little patterns in the droplets of vapor. The sunset was beautiful, like a watercolor, a wash of red and gold and violet. I smiled. I felt like a little kid again. In the morning, a set of fingernails was resting on the pillow next to mine. I ran through the forest following the footprints that I'd left the day before. The mound was covered in a light dusting of snow, fresh and bright and undisturbed. I dug it up. Her body was gone. That night, a storm blew in, and the power went out. I see her standing there in the dark. Her limbs are much too long, twisting where I broke them. Blood drips from her fingers in her left hand, where the nails are missing. It also drips in the hole in her neck and the gash in her chest, from the hollow of her right eye. We're snowed in again, 8 feet this time, and the door is stuck. I can't see out of all the windows either. Whenever I look away, she gets a little closer. She sings to me, softly. End of chapter. Story 115. Rapunzel's Tower, written by Unept. The prince dropped from his horse, adjusted his crown, and stared in awe at the destination on the far side of the river. A single, impossibly tall grey tower rising from a meadow. Atop that spire sat a round window, the only visible opening. Within that window, the fabled Princess Rapunzel awaited her rescue. As the prince turned his attention towards the river before him, a line of boulders began to rise from the deep current, then cresting and forming a makeshift bridge. With a grin, he began hopping across the wet rocks. As he crossed, he noticed the river bottom shimmered and sparkled, but he refused to venture a glance and risk falling. What should he say to the prince stumbling in, dripping wet and cold? Hopping off the final boulder onto the dry ground, the prince ran to the base of the tower and, with both hands cupping his mouth, he yelled, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair to me." A plume of blonde hair shot out the window from high above and cascaded gracefully down to the grey bricks like threads of golden silk, ending at a perfect distance, the tips caressing the top of his dusty boots. With a squeal, the prince grabbed the hair in his hands and placed his foot against the tower's side and started climbing. But no sooner had he felt the soft threads of the hands that the length of hair began to retract upwards, lifting him up. "What strength, my beauty!" he called, rising up to the window. "Surely you are fortified by the task of managing these wondrous locks." His horse, the sparkling river, and the world below him shrunk, and a welcoming embrace of the tower's window grew closer, revealing in his fortune. The prince recited the introduction he'd practiced during the long journey, imagining a lovesick damsel's warm embrace. As the gentle ride came to Yellow Strands neared its end, the prince noticed a tower of similar height jutting out the thick forest in the distance. When he was then pulled into the window, the prince stood and cleared his throat. "My sweet, though perils and, alone in a red room with a soft, wet floor, the prince watched as the golden hair slipped out of sight into a crevice on the far side. Hearing the sound of grinding stone, he spun around to see the window flattering together like a giant mouth closing. Hours later, the rumble of the spitting sound came from the top of the tower high above, followed by a splash in the river, scaring the horse away. The prince's crown, slightly bent, sank to the bottom amongst the shimmering collection of other crowns. End of story. Story number 116. Autism Speaks. I wish my therapist, Anna, would have listened. She was pretty and nice. I really liked her a lot. She was also consistent, and even when she scolded me, she was never mean about it. I looked forward to her visits after school. She put me to work, mostly practicing important life skills, but sometimes we'd sit at the table and work on academics. I hated working, but I liked her. She praised me a lot. Best of all, she'd listen. She couldn't always understand me, but what I sounded was so clear to me, but it must have sounded different to her. She made me repeat myself. I felt bad for getting frustrated. Sometimes I'd lash out and hit her. I didn't mean to hurt her. It's just hard not being understood. My parents ordered me a communication book, and it had lots of pictures, but none were relevant. I couldn't use it to tell Anna what I needed to say. I couldn't tell her the truth. I couldn't tell her that my parents were maniacal murderers, that they had flown under the radar for years, murdering random people. They always talked about it near me. They must have thought that because they couldn't understand me, I couldn't understand them either. Wrong. I could understand them just clearly. I knew everything. They knew it was foolish to try and kill someone who worked in our home, but the thrill of getting away with something like that was so intense, so finally they decided that they would take the risk and murder Anna, but it would have to wait until the spring thaw. I started to ramp up my behaviors. I started by having accidents so that she would have to excuse for the day. I began biting her. I always tried to draw blood. Not enough to hurt her, but just enough to get her sent home for the afternoon. I had meltdowns. I would spend large chunks of time thrashing my chair and banging non-compliant. If Anna couldn't get my work out of me, then she'd call it a day. She was persistent. She never quit. She didn't want to give up on me. I wish I could have told her that I wasn't trying to hurt her. I wanted her to know that I was trying to help her. Pretty soon I learned to make myself sick so that I could stay at home for days at a time without having services. I needed to protect her. I tried to communicate with her the best way I knew how. I told her to go. I told her to get out, to not come back. She always came back. I watched helplessly as it happened. Anna was leaving for the night. Dad walked her out to the car, and he knocked her out with a rock from the garden and dragged her into the shed. I screamed, but the neighbors had learned to ignore my tantrums. End of story. Story number 117. Check It's Locked, written by Alfie Kirkham. I always drive on longer trips. My wife's been a bit of a nervous driver since her car was broken into. She parked up outside a little express shop in town and ran in for a few bits late one evening. When she came back, some CDs and our car stereo, a bit of loose change and an iPod was missing. She'd forgotten to lock the car. I told her time and time again that she prick stealing her stuff had nothing to do with her driving skills. She wouldn't listen, though. I was fear by association. The one good thing about the incident was it made more security aware. We live in a small town, and whilst I'd always lock my front door, sometimes I'd been guilty of forgetting to lock the car. Last week, we were heading back late from my laws. They lived 4 hours away, and was Sunday evening. With everyone bedded down by the Sunday night blues, the roads were quiet and reasonable. My wife soon fell asleep, and sensing that I was feeling tired myself, I pulled off the service station to use the toilet and get something to drink. I went to wake my wife, but she was still dozing peaceably, propping up a little travel pillow in the passenger seat. "I'm just going to use the loo," I whispered. "Okay," she muttered. "Do you want anything?" "No." "Do you want me to lock you in?" No. "I'll leave the keys then." She nodded, opened an eye at me and smiled, then nestled her head back in the pillow. I smiled and headed inside. When I came back out, the car was gone. I hung around the entrance to the station, wondering if she decided to pick me up. She didn't come. I walked through the car park, large but near deserted. Nothing. I rang her, but the phone was off. I'm ashamed to say it, but it took me almost an hour before I got scared. Somebody at the service station called the police for me. They still haven't found her. The CCTV showed a normal-looking man climbing into the car and calmly driving away. More days passed by. They found the car, and not far from the motorway, parked on the edge of a field. But no man. No her. The police are hopeful, but I'm not. I just wish I'd locked the car. End of story. Story number 118. I Hear Santa on the Roof, written by JR 2.0. I hear hooves up on the roof. Santa must be here. I wonder what he brought me. I've been so good this year. Mom and Dad said he's not real and that he's make-believe. They say that Santa isn't made for all the kids like me. I told them Santa's seen me, and I've seen Santa too. I hear Santa in the chimney, and he'll be here very soon. I really want to prove them wrong, so I asked him to stop by. He told me that he just might stay. Won't they be surprised? They say he's always watching to see if you've been bad. If you do something he won't like, it makes Santa very sad. I see Santa's small black boots in the fireplace, the sound they make like reindeer feet, minus poise and grace. I see Santa's long red hands, and I think they must be gloves, coming down into the room, reaching from above. I hear Santa's jolly laugh bellow all around. It's deeper than I thought it would be. It's quite the raspy sound. But the thing that's really shocked me about Santa's black and red is that no one ever told me about the horns upon his head. End of story. Story number 119. Birthday Girl, written by Gosha 293. Good morning, sunshine. Time to wake up. I open my eyes to see Nurse Judy, ready to give me my morning injection. I sit on the bed and roll up my pajama sleeves. I feel the needle under my skin and the medication flowing inside my veins. The nurse gives me a wide smile. Good girl. You can go to the canteen now and have breakfast with your friends. Friends. I don't have friends here. My friends are almost 60 miles away from me, enjoying life, learning new stuff, making out parties. Certainly not spending their youth in a psychiatric ward. My parents put me in here. It was after another anxiety attack at school. I lost control and tried to do something stupid. Now everything seems stupid to me. I pass by Nutsy Nora's room. Her yelling is impossible to ignore. She keeps screaming Kenny and Jenna over and over again. Whatever these names mean, I see 2 doctors rushing to a room with a set of tranquilizers. This place is full of people like her. I don't think I belong here. I enter the canteen and I hear a loud surprise. And I look around to see other patients gathered around a cake with a number of candles, 1 and 7, with the inscription, Happy Birthday, Robin. Right, it's my 17th birthday. Yay! I totally forgot. I force myself to smile and blow the candles out. The cake tastes like soap, or cough syrup. I hide both candles in my pocket when nobody's watching. I guess it's the only gift I can count on today. I stop at one of the nurses on the way back to my room and ask if my parents are going to see me. She shrugs and walks away without saying a word. Which, as I lay in my bed, I stretch my arms and look at my hands. They look, so weird. So damn weird. Maybe it's a side effect of one of those medications. Nurse Judy interrupts my contemplation, and she storms in with the afternoon dosage of pills. "How are you feeling, my dear? Do you like your birthday surprise?" she asked, with that annoyingly sweet smile. "Yeah, I forgot today was the day." She takes my hand and says, "Oh, don't worry, darling. It happens to everyone." As she holds my hand, I ask her why my skin looks so strange. Nurse Judy gives me a sympathetic gaze. "I think it's normal at your age, don't you think so, sweetie?" Is she trying to make a fool of me? No, I've had enough. "But I'm only 17, I say imploringly. "I don't know what any other teenager with hands like these. Just look." I take the candles out of my pocket and almost rub them on her face. "You see? 1 and 7. 17, I bellow. Judy gently takes the candles from my shaking hands. "Robin, it's not 17. Let me show you the right order. It's 7 and 1. 71. End of story. Story 120. How to Kill Someone Safely, written by H.M. Blank. Want to know how to kill someone and get away with it? Now, you won't be able to single your victim out, so if you're trying to take revenge on someone or you want to offer business rivals, this isn't for you. But if you just want to know what it feels like to take someone's life without risking jail time, keep reading. The first step is to pick a place, ideally somewhere high enough for the fall to be fatal, say the clock tower of your school cathedral. Next, you're going to need a story, but you're not telling a yarn with a beginning and a middle, and you don't need a big cast of characters or fancy words or anything like that. All you need to do is spread the rumor that there's a place nearby. A place everyone knows where people keep killing themselves. Akigahara or George Washington Memorial Bridge. You know, somewhere that looks totally normal on the surface, but somehow stinks of death. A suicide spot. You can say the first time it was the son of an important man in the local government. You know the one. So they covered it up and said there was a hit and run. They tried real hard to wash the spatter out, but you can still smell the blood on the concrete if you get your nose in. Follow it up with when you kill yourself, you leave a stain in that place, like a haunting, and so the memory of the first death beckons a second victim, then a third. Then they keep coming, drawn to the clock tower, and the ghost of the boy who jumped whispers in his successor's ears to throw themselves off, and the stain gets bigger. Then, if you really want to set things up, you can say, they call it the L'appel du Vide, the call of the void. You find yourself somewhere high up, and somehow you feel the urge to jump. You see a future where you hop off the edge and feel the ground and your death rushing towards you. We all feel it, and though we mostly resist, the void calls more loudly in some places than others. And your place, our clock tower, is one of them. Make sure it sounds like a challenge, as if go up to the clock tower at night alone and stand on the edge for 5 whole minutes, unless you're scared. Keep telling it, and eventually it'll stick. And when someone inevitably gets those bad thoughts we all get, they won't be able to help themselves. They'll think about the clock tower. Now, that doesn't mean they'll go do themselves in right away. It'll be a plant, a seed. They'll picture themselves sneaking into the cathedral and tiptoeing into those widening stairs. They'll feel their toes hanging off the balcony, the wind rising, and then they'll listen for the voice, the call of the void. End of story. Story number 121. War is Coming, written by Alpot, Ph.D. Citizens around the world were up in arms, and violent protests spread across the globe like flames. Governments had begun working together to build a new weapon system, a network of satellites with more firepower than had ever been seen before. a lone astronomer makes a shocking discovery that satellites aren't pointing at Earth. End of story. Story number 122. You have under 7 minutes left, written by Not Necessarily. Have you ever felt that you weren't in control of your actions? Have you ever felt like your life was a film and you were just watching? It actually is like that. Medical death is described as when the heart stops functioning and sending oxygen to the body. Most of our cells die during this period due to the lack of oxygen. However, an amazing and vital organ can keep on working for some period of time after death. That incredible organ is the brain. The brain is what controls the body, what defines our personality, what causes our consciousness. The brain is also the organ that is lost to die. When you die, the brain knows that you are dead. They starved out neurons release many different chemicals. The memory center of the brain goes on overdrive. The brain is active as it is during REM sleep period. Dreams are seen in this period. Consciousness still exists after medical death, as long as the brain is still working. However, the brain on average is only active for 7 minutes after death. In those 7 minutes, the brain has been highly active, and the brain processing everything and desperately tries to stay alive. After blood flow stops to the brain, it kind of scans itself, reviews everything it has done and experienced. It is able to create a vivid imagery of a hyperactive state. Now think about it. Why do you feel like you have no control over your decisions? Why does it feel like life is a movie? It's because you are in those 7 minutes. Your brain is reviewing its memories and reproducing them. You are seeing your life again. You have already lived. You can probably still change stuff if you try, but you have already lived your life. This may sound crazy to you, but you will realize when the 7 minutes are gone, when that last neuron finally dies, when you lose everything. You may be wondering who I am and how I know. I am your subconscious mind, and I'm reminding you of your fate. More and more neurons are dying. You are already dead. End of story. Story number 123. The Girl Raised by Monsters, written by Cormamum. She didn't fit in. Too pale, too pink, said her friend with the shimmering spots. Too soft, said her pale aunt with the spine of a rock, flowering veins between her bones. Too squeamish, said her cousin, as he chewed red drool trailing down his skull. The little girl asked her father why she didn't have his long, sharp, glittering teeth. He placed his claws on her shoulder and told her that she was a young monster. Not all monsters were the same. Her mother licked her with her long black tongue and told her that she was the most dangerous creature a monster could have. Potential. She purred and held her close, her tail curling around the girl and drying her tears. One day, you'll understand. As the years passed, the girl grew up and not out. She developed flesh and not one lump, spike, or even a hump. She remained pink and pale and soft. Her teeth were dull and white and small. Her parents still told her she was growing. Someday soon, she would be the monster that she had always wanted to be. But it wasn't enough. She was so sad. She didn't fit in, not anywhere. Her parents spread it over her, bringing her to the finest meats and sweets that they hadn't ever gotten her to eat like a normal monster anyway. Her grandmother tried to force her to eat once, and the girl screamed, cried, and vomited perfectly good entrails all over the floor of the cave. Come, her father told her one day as the sun began to sink. She slowly followed him quietly, like a ghost. They stood together in the trees, watching a little pale pink monsters run around. They were shrieking and making strange little noises as they climbed around. The girl was confused. She looked up at her father's hulking form. Papa, they look like me. You're not like them. You're different, he said. You're our daughter. You look like them, but you have us inside you, and you always have. He paused, looking her over. If you go to them, they'll trust you. They'll see you like them, but they won't know who you are. Can you bring one to me for your mother?" She nodded and slowly broke the line of trees, and pretending her feet were paws, she clung to her ribs, and she imagined that they were bones showing through. A little monster, a girl, ran up to her and made a little warbling sound. "Do you want to play?" the little monster asked. "Yes," said the monster girl, in a voice rustly as dry as the reeds. "My family would love to play with you, too. Will you come with me?" The little monster nodded and took her hand, and she led the little one towards the trees, towards her father's long, sharp, gleaming, and proud smile. And she understood. The girl had never been a monster at all. Until now. End of story. Story number 124. The Prettiest Girl in School. Valentine's 2017. Written by AQPL5494. Beneath the decorations of pink, red, and white, girls danced with their sweethearts. My sights, however, were set upon she who sat alone at one of the tables, her chocolate brown eyes scanning the crowd. Between her thumb and her index finger she twirled a pink rose. Her name was Vanessa, and she was, without a doubt, the prettiest girl in the school, not just because of her looks, but also because of her sweet, innocent disposition. From the moment I first saw her, I was love-struck, though I could never muster up the courage to tell her how I felt. At least, today I could leave her a Valentine's Day gift. "Did your date stand you up?" I asked, approaching her. "I guess," she sighed. "I don't even know who it is, only that he left this rose in my locker. It has this card tied to it. It says, 'The prettiest girl in school.'" "Oh, that sounds a lot like a secret admirer," I teased, nudging her shoulder. She smiled timidly, her cheeks turning pink. "Punch?" I offered, holding out the 2 cups. "Thank you," she said, taking it. We continued conversing, all the while watching the others dance to the music that played. After about 15 minutes, Vanessa began to grow disoriented. "Hey, are you all right?" I asked as she slouched over, head in her hands. I'm not sure," she groaned. "I feel, lightheaded all of a sudden." "Here," I said, helping her up. "Let's get you outside in some fresh air." Outside was the gymnasium. I knelt by Vanessa as she tried to regain her composure. I think I need to go home now," she managed to say. "I'll call my parents. I can't drive like this." "Well, how about I bring you home?" I suggested. "Are you sure?" she asked. I don't want to be a burden." "I have nothing better to do," I answered, shrugging. "Well, okay," she mumbled as I guided her to my car and buckled her into the passenger seat. As I started the car and pulled out of the parking lot, my heart pounding with excitement, I was looking forward to bringing the prettiest girl in school home. With me, anyways. "Thank you again for helping me," she slurred before her eyes fluttered closed. "Anything for my favorite student," I replied. Story 125. Warning, this is an emergency message broadcasting on all frequencies. Written by Yaru2585. Warning, this is an emergency message broadcasting on all frequencies. Please follow the following instructions and act accordingly. The scientific community has just warned of the detection of a strange phenomenon that seems to be affecting most of the population. The exact details are unknown for now, but it is known to cause extreme alterations in personality. The first discoveries suggest that this phenomenon is extending through the use of language. Please follow the following instructions and act accordingly. If you are at home and or live alone, close all doors and windows and disconnect all communication devices, such as telephones, radios, or computers. Televisions must also be turned off at the end of this message. If there are more people in the house, move away from each other as much as possible, with each person standing in a different room to cut off from the rest. Do not make any attempt to communicate with the rest of the people from your own environment. If you hear voices coming from outside, block the sounds immediately with everything that you have on hand. Do not try and understand what the voices are saying. Do not try and communicate with the voices. Do not try and repeat what the voices say. Do not write what the voices say. We repeat. Do not try and understand what the voices are saying. Do not try and communicate with the voices. Do not repeat what the voices say. And do not write what the voices say. Follow the instructions below and act accordingly. Follow the instructions below and act accordingly. If you feel attracted to some type of written content, such as books, magazines, and posters, move away as much as possible from the object. Do not try and read the object. Do not try and understand the content of the object. Do not try and understand the content of the object. Do not try and understand the content of the object. If, in cases of urgency, you need to communicate in some way, keep alert if you notice any alteration in your words. Some of the symptoms detected so far are redundancy, impossibility to understand what is being said, repetition. Please follow the instructions below and act accordingly. Warning! This is an emergency message broadcasting on all frequencies. Please follow the instructions below and act accordingly. End of story. Story 126. Click. Written by Sessanach36. I took a step and froze. I knew I could not move from the spot. No, not could not. Would not. I'd been in these guys through hell and back. They were my second family, my platoon, my brothers. We had always had each other's backs, but even as I watched the heavy fire take down my comrades, I remained still. I would not move. If I died, so be it. Hand shook me, trying to snap me out of it. Damn it, Lewis, come on. I shoved them away. Leave me, get the frick out of here. You freaking chicken crap coward. You grow some balls and move, the platoon sergeant bellowed. I can't, sir. Fine, then you can just, A bullet hit his head, and he was killed. I closed my eyes. I will not move. Finally, my platoon moves on. I hear the sneers as they pass, and I watch the last of them disappear under the brush. Finally, I'm able to move. They'll never know, I whispered. Then I lift my boot up off the landmine. End of story. Story number 126. I bump into my dad at work a lot, written by the General G. Every day I see my father at work. He pretends like he doesn't see me, but I know he does. I try to do the same, but that doesn't really pan out well either. When you're at work, you gotta be on top of your game. So I do my best just to get on with it, and I'm supposed to do and get my job done. I can feel him watching me. Good. I wanted him to see how different I am from him. I am not in your shadow. I am my own person. I know what you're wondering. Do others know that he's my old man? Hard to say, really. If they don't, I have no plans to correct them. If they do, well, there's nothing I can do about it. We're all under the shadow of our parents for the duration of most of our lives, whether we like it or not. In some cases, it just happens to be more obvious than others. Our parents help us define who we are. It is only a question of whether you follow their example or run as fast as you can in the other direction. For example, if you have a drug-abusing parent who happens to murder a newlywed couple that gets stranded on the side of the road when you're only 10 years old, that might make one inclined to perpetrate a similar kind of violence. Or it might make you decide to become a prison guard so that you can make sure that they, and others like them, can't do it to anyone else. Much like I did. End of story. Story number 128. Return of the Messiah, written by Hunt Frog. In the year 2026, the Messiah came back down to earth. She performed miracles and cured the sick. There was no doubt as to her authenticity. She appeared to all nations at once. All believed, all worshipped her. Sometime later, after this period of our history known as the Age of Peace, she dropped a bombshell on us. She warned us that heaven was almost full. Nobody had gone to hell during this age. There was a fixed amount of spots left. Paradise would be closed to all who died after the gates closed. That is when the mass suicides began. Taking your own life, she had told us, was not a sin if you died a pious man. The race was on. She looked up on and was pleased. She returned to her home, to her throne of fire and flames, and greeted all with a nod and her wicked horns. End of story. Story number 129. Horrors Never Considered, written by Guardian Angel. Recheck your math. I rechecked my math. Same result. Why was there no planet here? Test your nav computer. I tested it again. Same result. There should be a planet here. Check your math again. No, I can't. Why is there no planet here? I set the ship into a holding pattern. I turned off my hull lights and decided to turn in. As I try and escape under my blanket, I think about the events that led me here. I was lured away from Earth with the promise of making history. I'd be the first person to colonize a new planet, get things ready for when the rest of mankind made the leap to come over from Earth. Everything was so meticulously planned. How did things go so wrong? I lay on my hard, cold cot thinking that there was just some things that you'd never think to consider when you were game planning for things like this. I thought about my husband. I thought about my girls. I'd probably never see them again. Unless my math was... No, I knew my math was right. I scribbled my 50th tally mark on the cockpit wall. 1 mark for every time I run the numbers. Every time the numbers come up the same. I am exactly where I think I am. Tears start to form in my eyes as I recount my food, my water, and my fuel. I know there is no possibility of going back to where I know is safe. There is not enough provisions. I throw the blankets off my legs, wipe away the tears, and sit back in the cockpit and try again. I depress the radio button. This is Icarus 1. Do you read me? This is Icarus 1. Do you read me? My voice starts to crack. Panic setting in. Icarus 1 to Earth. Where are you? Where the hell is everyone? Please, someone come in. My voice cracks and chokes with tears. Before I completely lose myself to fear and panic, I think about before the mission started. My only thoughts were on getting to the foreign planet. I never thought about what I would do if I came back and Earth was gone. End of story. Story number 130. Honey, I'm Pregnant, written by Scorm4. December 4th, 2019, 7:34 p.m. I can't believe it. I took 3 separate tests and they all came back positive. I can't believe it. I'm so excited. I hate to tell Ted, but let me take another test just to be sure. I don't want to get him excited for no reason. He'll be so disappointed. December 7th, 2019, 3:30 p.m. I'm finally going to tell Ted today. About to head out and buy some supplies. I hope he takes it well. After what happened with our little Brian last year, he might be scared to have another one. Well, he gets off work in about 2 hours, so I should hurry. December 7th, 2019, 9:15 p.m. I'm holding off on the surprise. Ted is not in a good mood. The police showed up to our door with some news about Brian. They say that they haven't found the suspect yet, but they might have found a murder weapon. December 10th, 2019, 7:10 a.m. The police call and said that they don't have any more leads, so they're going to close the investigation. Maybe my announcement will take all of the stress off of Ted. I tell him today. December 10th, 2019, 7 p.m. He's so happy. He says he can't wait until he sees our baby. I love him so much. August 15th, 2020, 2:20 p.m. Ted went out to buy supplies for our little boy. He decided to name him Brian in memory of his brother. It was Ted's idea. He's brilliant. September 13th, 2021, 4:36 a.m. It's Brian's first birthday. He's grown up to be such a big boy. Gosh, time flies so fast. Ted says it's finally time. After all the preparation, Ted says we're ready. If we're lucky, the police won't know what happened to this one either. End of story. Story number 131. Breaking Amy, written by Creamy Spuds. Freddie wasn't your typical 13-year-old. He was an a-hole. If he wasn't in his bedroom screaming at video games, he was scaring his 7-year-old sister. Every traumatizing prank he pulled on little Amy would be worse than the last. Once, he even told her that her mother had been murdered and covered the kitchen floor with ketchup for maximum effect. He was the reason that she was so unstable. She would often tell their mother that she heard whispers and had even seen ghosts wander into the house at night. Freddie would giggle at that, almost proud of the damage that he had done. But unfortunately for Amy, it was never enough for him. He felt compelled to break her completely. The storm had kept Freddie awake that night. Restlessly, he tossed and turned in boredom. For a while, he tried to count sheep, but even that didn't help. In defeat, he laid mindlessly watching the raindrops slide down his window. Lightning flashed and suddenly illuminating his entire room. It was soon followed by a deafening boom. Freddie smiled. He knew what was then to come. Freddie heard his sister crying through the wall, closely followed by a faint pitter-patter as she ran to their mother's bedroom. That was it, his moment of fun. He crept down the hallway and into Amy's bedroom. He prowled around the room like a serial killer, studying every inch of it. Countless ideas rushed through his head. Then he saw the closet. Freddie waited in the dark for what seemed like forever, peering through the small gap between the closet doors. He had decided that when his sister returned and settled into bed, he would begin to whisper. Then, once she was completely terrified, he would burst out and run at her, screaming at the top of his lungs. He had almost lost all hope and was about to leave when he heard the footsteps approaching. His mother opened the bedroom door, and Amy slowly shuffled in. She was sucking her thumb and dragging her favorite blanket behind her. She crawled into the bed. Freddie couldn't help but grin in excitement. Freddie watched in silence as their mother tucked Amy in tightly to bed, bowed a kiss on her forehead, and finally said good night. He waited anxiously until he heard the mother's door close before beginning. This is it, he thought, shaking in delirium. The moment I break her. Amy, Freddie whispered hauntingly. She didn't respond. Amy, he continued. Still no response. I'm in the closet, Amy. Come play with me, he harshly croaked. Not tonight, Lucy, Amy calmly replied. Freddie frowned in confusion. She must be sleep-talking, he thought. Wake up, Amy, it's not... A hand reached out behind him and pulled Freddie back into the darkness and clutched over his mouth with a cold, tight grip. She said, not tonight. End of story. Story number 132. Up to Something, written by German Pyro. My neighbor is up to something. I know it. It took me a while to notice anything was wrong. After all, we live in a nice neighborhood, away from the city, in an area described as upper middle class. But as time went on, odd little patterns began to emerge. For one thing, he's never at block parties. For another, the guy won't even talk to me, other than a curt nod or a quick hello. And sure, one could argue that he's antisocial, or he doesn't like me, despite the fact that I go out of my way to be friendly with everyone. But that wouldn't explain the time I caught him staring at me with binoculars through the window, or how I've noticed him following me when I go to work or the grocery store. I've tried to convince myself that I'm being paranoid, but last week I'm positive he broke in while I was gone. I'd only been out for 15 minutes when I realized I left my jacket, so I turned the car around to go pick it up. When I stepped inside, though, look, I'm not saying anything was out of place. Something just felt off. Plus, there was a scarf mark near the back door that I know wasn't there. Confronting him would be the wrong move, which is why I'll wait until I see him pull out of the driveway, then sneak into his backyard and slip in through the back door. It's locked, but if I do find anything, then the broken door will be the least of my worries. Walking into his living room, I see that I was right. It's the house of someone clearly unstable. Pictures everywhere. Most of them are people's faces with large X's slashed in red. The rest are all of me, cooking, stuck at a red light, wiping sweat off my face in the garden. I swallow. Some of these pictures were taken last year, months before we moved in. Keys rattle and the lock, and I hear noises by the front door. I look outside to see his car in the driveway. How'd I not hear him drive up? Panicking, I jump through the first door available, which turns out to be a closet. As my neighbor walks in and shuts the door, footsteps in the hall as he gets closer to my hiding place, and then he opens the closet. Whatever he expected to find, my naked body clutching a butcher's knife clearly was not one of them. A scream escapes his lips before blood spills from his mouth, my knife plunging again and again and again into his body. Finally, after what feels like ages, but it was only 12 minutes, I compose myself and begin cleaning up. How this man managed to track me down, let alone how he knew about all of my victims, would have to come later. Picking up his feet and dragging him away, though, I smile. I knew he had been up to something. End of story. Story number 133. She Promised the 300,000 Contest, written by Meg Matthews 20. 3, 2, 1. The low grinding turned back into the familiar whir of an AC. Mum always said to take a breath and count down from 3. It would always come back on. She promised. Thomas was crying. His tidy-whities soaked in sweat with his tiny 4-year-old frame hugged the concrete floor of the darkened basement, lit only by the flashlight in Derek's hand. A wave of sizzling heat was blasting them again, snaking through every crack in the crevice of the house while the AC was struggling to do its job. These air conditioners are good for 300,000 hours. They have to replace them for free if they stop working before 34 years are up. Mom had tried to reassure her boys as the ticker on the CNN continued to climb, the number of heat-related deaths rapidly rising as the day after day of record-breaking temperatures bore down upon them. Rolling blackouts left so many vulnerable to the heat, and where once 134 degrees Fahrenheit was a record-breaking global temperature, it had now been the local temperature in places in the far north of Juneau, Alaska, and after a month of this, the death rates were in the millions. According to the television and the internet, ice sheets had been melted billions of gallons a day, flooding the entire cities off the map. At this point, Derek was pretty sure the human death toll was in the billions, but the internet had shut down completely a few days ago. A catchy jingle of an infomercial had been enough for Mom to use all her savings for Solar Central Air, which was run on a specialized solar panels. It was a genius idea back when temperatures had been in the 110s, but the creators hadn't anticipated the dust, field after field, street after street baked in the heat, death everywhere. Plants, animals, humans whose bodies were too dangerous to move. Sour death rent the air. Dirt gusted around in the heated winds, coating the solar panels and blocking the bleeding and stored energy from much faster. Mom had gone to attempt to sweep the panels hours ago. She always went in the early morning, just before the sun came up. She would have had just a few minutes of the roof to become hot, too dangerous to stand on, before her hands and feet would have blistered, despite the fact that she wore gloves and thick soles. She should have been back by now. Derek squeezed his eyes shut, not wanting to look at his little brother, not wanting to consider what would be left of him when the AC stopped altogether, what his tiny skeleton would look shriveled up and the steaming concrete floor. The grinding began again. The system surged and lurched and struggled to turn back on. Deep breath. 3, 2, 1. The grinding continued. Lower now. The heat trickled in. 3, 2, 1. Sputtering. It had to come back. Mom promised. 3, 2, 1. End of story. Story number 134. Hello, old friend. Written by Yogi Bugbear. It's obvious that you're surprised to see me. How long has it been? 20 years? My, how time flies. You must be here for Brandon's funeral. Did you know his family left town shortly after yours moved away? If not for his grandmother's inheritance, I doubt that he would have returned. I missed him. I missed you, too. Do you remember that summer we explored the caves behind Henderson's farm? Those were good times, weren't they? You were still a child filled with youthful energy. Do you remember the games we played? Oh, now I've gone and upset you. Not the best way to start a reunion. We had fun, didn't we? Well, you and Brandon had fun. Myself, not so much. It seems like I was always the target of your youthful aggression. Wait, where are you going? We're just now getting reacquainted. I didn't mean to stare, but you've become such a beautiful woman. It comes as no surprise. You were a lovely little girl. Perhaps that's why I endured your constant abuse. To tell the truth, I had a crush on you back then. Crush, that's a funny word. A bit ironic, all things considered. Oh, I've gone and upset you again. Please forgive me. It's been years since I've been around other people. Admittedly, I lack social grace. But back to the caves. You laughed uncontrollably when Brandon shoved me from behind. I tumbled down the steep incline, arms bleeding, screaming. Did you hear what happened when I hit the ground? Oh my, you look so pale. Yes, you most certainly heard my legs snap. And, do you remember what happened soon after? Of course you do. You panicked. As I drifted in and out of consciousness, I heard the two of you talking. You were worried about getting in trouble. After some debate, you took the charge and ordered Brandon to use the heavy stone to finish me off. Much like myself, he was not one to say no to a pretty face. The authorities got involved soon after. There was a search parties, but nothing came of it. They checked the caves, of course, but found nothing. You see, soon after you and Brandon left, they found me. Old, forgotten things rose up from the depths of the earth and cradled my shattered skull in their claws. Sympathetic to my suffering, they carried my broken body down into their deep, dark abode. I would like to say that they nursed me back to health, but it was too late for that. Instead, they breathed life back into me. How, I do not know, but I am as grateful now as I was then. So, here I am, after all this time, very much the same child as you remember. Not counting the sad state of my head and my legs, and there you are, 20 years older. And here they are, my good friends, eager to show you the things they showed Brandon. End of story. Story number 135. My Neighbors Are Perfectly Normal. Written by Dean Pierce. A month ago, I got kicked out and had to move into a new apartment building. In my experience, there are always one weirdo in every complex. You know the type, a creepy loner, never talks to anyone, weird noises coming from his apartment. For my own peace of mind, I had to know who it was. I followed the most suspicious-looking neighbors around for a few days to see which one was the psychopath. Surprisingly, they all seemed dreadfully normal. I bought a pair of binoculars so I could watch them in their element from the street below. As far as I could tell, there was nothing out of the ordinary. Even as I rummaged through their belongings while they were at work, I couldn't find a single suspicious thing. I repeated the process with the more innocent-looking neighbors. I couldn't find anything weird about them either. Everyone in my apartment building is dreadfully normal. It makes me nervous. There is always a weirdo in every apartment complex. I just hope I can find him before he gets me. End of story. Story number 136. Second Death. Written by It Is Not That Hard. We stared with resignation. The wormhole shot us across the galaxy, billions of miles away from our planet, in a matter of seconds. We did what we could, Captain, uttered my crew member James. We have no choice but to wait for our death. Before being grabbed by the wormhole, the sun had been emitting an unnatural color. My boys and I were sent into orbit to investigate, but even a child could tell that the sun was nearing its end. What we had predicted came to pass. It was in an instant the sun exploded. The men and I inside the space station were left helpless as I watched the sun burn our world. In a vain attempt to say farewell to our families, we sent a transmission to anyone who could hear. "Please, anyone, our home is dying." Before we could hear anyone, a wormhole ripped and consumed our spacecraft, disabling our engines. The crew and I were torn away from space-time and displaced a few light days away from Earth. It had been a few hours since this unfamiliar place. Having seen a familiar galaxy nearby, we studied back on Earth. We traced our wormhole's opening location. It was with this knowledge that we located our sun. To many of our surprise, we saw our sun, no more special than the stars around it, in its former glow and wonderful light. A huge sigh rolled out through the crewmates, many of whom feeling compelled to think that we had just experienced a bad dream. But I had to remind them the cruel reality of our situation. "Gentlemen, this light we see is from a few days ago. What we are looking at are the remnants of our once living solar system," I announced regrettably. Having succumbed to our circumstances, we sat and stared and distracted ourselves with tales. I learned of James's love for poetry. I found a mutual lover of jazz and Marcus. Peter spoke of this lady with assets so massive we could see them from space. It helped remove the somber atmosphere, but all hope was lost. We just cherished what was our former sun through the cold window of our shuttle. Its colors grew weaker and weaker. That was until we started receiving a signal from the direction of our sun. We jumped for joy, our optimism replenished. Many of us cried as we hugged each other, thinking this bad dream would finally end. Marcus rushed anxiously to the computer, and we received a broadcast. "Please, anyone, our home is dying." No sooner had we heard that signal that the light we saw coming from our sun disappeared, and we stared at the uncaring void that was our former solar system. End of story. Story number 137. I've always heard a ringing when I do something for the last time. Written by Exiled Texan. Since a very young age, I've occasionally heard a ringing sort of sound in my head. It's a bit like a church bell, though not quite as loud or penetrating a sound. The best way I can describe it is a faint, almost hum-like ding-ding in my head. Honestly, a lot like something that you'd hear in an old-school Zelda game. After some time, I deciphered that I would hear this noise in the event that I was doing something for the last time. Seeing something unique, saying something unique, watching a terrible movie, and knowing I'd never watch it again. If I made a silly word up like "Hiya daba da dupa pipi," sure enough I would hear a ding-ding, knowing that I'd never say that exact word again. At first, it was quite annoying. Ding-ding, ding-ding, ding-ding-ding. I would hear as I visited a new place, as I've never seen any of these strangers again. Fortunately, with some practice and effort, I was able to drown out these rings in favor of those that tend to be louder, denoting a more impactful last time. As I grew up, I began to hate this curse, and quickly fell into depression, saying goodbye to my friends at graduation, only to be inundated with ding-ding-ding-dings, knowing that we'd all go our separate ways and never speak again. I'll never forget the ding-ding I heard as I said goodbye to my father for the last time, seconds before he peaceably passed away. Not to mention the numerous first dates I've been on, hearing the ding-ding as we finished up the night. This has been years, though. With the help of my beautiful wife and daughter, I've managed to turn the ringing into something positive. I decided to quit my drinking habit, and after many harsh months, I finally heard the ding-ding as I took my last shot of whiskey. I recently had a Big Mac only to hear a ding-ding as I put it down. I've since dropped several pounds. My wife is my biggest support, and thus far the only person I've trusted to tell my secret. My wife and kid are leaving to spend some much-needed quality time together soon. "I love you," I tell them as they are heading out the door. Ding, ding. End of story. Story number 138. First letters written by Hamburger Girl. Sadly, the story ended the same way they all do. The letters in the story spell out, "Look behind you." I rolled my eyes. I've read so many with the same twist that I've pretty much become numb to it. Under normal circumstances, I might have actually looked behind me, but that time I had my back pressed against a wall with no room left for anything to be there. It was almost a shame, even though I was essentially bored to death of the same word. I almost longed for something to actually be behind me, so that I could have a good laugh. I returned to scrolling in my search for a new story. Finally, I found one that seemed interesting. It was your typical boy who cried wolf story. I saw the twist a mile away. The father didn't believe the boy. Shocking, but it was still a fun read. Feeling a bit better for the quality of the stories I was finding, I clicked on the next one. I enjoyed the writing and the pacing until the end. The main character starts addressing the readers. "Look behind you." "Oh, for frick's sakes," I mutter. "Another one? This was really old now. Look, I get it. Some big scary monster behind me that an author wants me to freak out about and try and see. It's just a wall." I close out the app and decide to take a break from the stories and get some work done. I stood and stretched my arms out, and I let out a yelp as I hit my bed. That's weird. I must have accidentally scooted closer to it when I sat down. Confused, I looked around. Something seemed off in my room. My bed seemed closer to me than it had before, but it was still up against the wall, like always. I shrugged it off and sat back down. Must have just had a weird moment of perspective. As I relaxed back into a comfortable position, I decided that one more story wouldn't hurt. I reopened my phone and clicked the next link. To my surprise, there was no story there, just 3 words. "Look behind you." I shut my phone off with a growl. What the hell was going on tonight? Did I miss a contest announcement or something? I rolled my eyes and stood up. I hit my head in the ceiling. I yelped in pain and I crouched back down. That wasn't right. I was only 5'2". Even if I had somehow accidentally jumped, I couldn't have hit my head. My heart started pounding as I realized the room wasn't still. The walls were growing closer. Eventually, I could hardly move. I had tried to scream for help to no avail. Soon, I could barely breathe. I said a silent prayer, asking what to do and what was going to happen to me. Then I knew. Behind me, on my wall, was a single word. Suffocate. End of story. Story number 139. Morning Coffee, written by I Ate Bacon. "Thank you for making coffee," I said to my wife, even though it tastes horrible. She knows I hate hazelnut blends, I think to myself, taking another sip. I must pretend everything is normal if I want my plan to work. I look at my watch. I should have at least 20 more minutes. Our fighting had made the mornings extremely awkward. She decided to GPS track the location on my phone when she was mandated to work night shifts. My late-night trips to the casinos and red-light districts had brought an epic fight. "Did you see there's another missing prostitute?" she asked, glaring over her tablet as she turned it towards me to see. "Was she one of the ones you liked?" I tried to give her a disarming smile to hide my relief, take another sip of coffee and hide my grimace at the taste. She seemingly picks up on this and gives a passive-aggressive smirk knowingly. "I told you before, I didn't have sex with anyone other than you." I look at my watch. 15 minutes. I take a larger swig of coffee, planning my exit. "I don't believe you. Were you doing this even when I worked days?" she inquired, setting the tablet down, "paying for a woman to sleep with you while I laid here untouched." Tears in her eyes now from the pain. She would never believe me, but I honestly didn't have sex with any of them, albeit I did touch them, binding them up and carving sections of their bodies off, torturing them as if they were my wife. It was the only way to handle her passive aggressiveness without hurting her. Honestly, I was thinking of her the whole time, but she wouldn't understand. Now, her insecurities had provided a rock-solid evidence placing me at the location of several of the bodies. Her stupid insecurities triggered a series of events leading up to what I had to do this morning. I looked at her and tried to give a compassionate smile, taking her in. It would be the last time I saw her alive, and I wanted to remember her. Look, I have to get to work. We can talk more when I get home. I took a look at my watch. Only 8 minutes. I take the remaining coffee in one full gulp. It's so bad that it's giving me a heartburn. As I stand, I become dizzy and nauseous. I study myself in the table and chair. I taste my mouth. It wasn't hazelnuts. It was almonds. I looked to my wife, holding back the vomit holding in my throat. She's smiling. Oh dear, when I said my first 2 husbands left, I meant that they left this world. Nobody cheats on me. Her smile vicious as I began to vomit and shake, finally falling to the floor. I take a final look at my watch. 4 minutes. I wonder if she'll smell the gas before the explosion. End of story. Story number 140. Mobius, written by 39th version. He made a thoughtless, snarky comment about her mother as she left the apartment that morning. Jane was still stewing about it when she dropped off little Elizabeth off at school. She was actually angrier about it than she was when it had first been said. She left the elementary school hunched over against the cold rain, splashing through the muddy puddles, creating dirty ripples. She stopped at a coffee shop for a bagel and an Earl Grey, still in a foul mood. It was Samuel behind the counter, and, in spite of his best efforts at a friendly service and the rapport that they'd established in the years she'd been a customer, Jane was short with him and took his tone as patronizing and condescending. She gave him a "no thank you" and left him with a dirty look over her shoulder and no tip, which wasn't customary for her. Samuel took notice and, for him, it was the final straw. He and his boyfriend had been trying to decide about whether or not to leave the city, and its coldness and Jane's casual dismissal of him was a deciding factor. He removed his apron and not 5 minutes later walked out. Samuel's manager, Trish, was at the end of her rope. Her father was in hospice care, unconscious and moving closer to death every day. Worst of all was that he wouldn't wake again. Of this the doctors had assured her. She had been relegated to the decider of his fate, fate being a relative term to describe how much longer she'd let the machine breathe for him. She was alone, as her mother had passed 2 years prior, and she had no siblings. Her divorce was final just a year ago as well. Her husband and daughter had moved out of state, which was fine, she told herself. Just fine. Samuel's abrupt resignation was just the thing that she didn't need. At home that night, once again alone, Trish had too much to drink, and that old call of the void proved a little too strong for her. Who would notice if she were gone? No one. That's who, she told herself, and this way she wouldn't have to decide the fate of her father. She climbed out onto the fire escape, and after a final swig of vodka, pushed herself off the wrought iron rail and onto the freedom of the night air. Falling. Jane's husband stepped from the cab a few blocks from home. It's still drizzling and traffic was at a standstill, and he decided just to hoof it the last few blocks to the apartment building. He didn't even make 3 steps, though, before Tricia's falling body crushed them both out of this world. End of story. Story number 141. I wish my zombie apocalypse was cliché. Written by David Sy, Code X. I have watched countless zombie apocalypse movies to the point that they don't faze me anymore. I've gotten used to the various cliches and tropes such as the classic undead appearance of the infected, to the fact that zombies should either be extremely slow or extremely fast. No in-betweens. I can even predict who would get bitten and who is hiding a bite. That being said, having a zombie apocalypse in real life was not something I predicted. When my wife and I first heard the news, I was honestly terrified, not only because it was actually happening, but because there was no chaos to be seen. No footage of zombies, no audio of panic, just the text. Infectious zombie disease outbreak confirmed, details to follow. What's even worse is that it's happening in a city near us, and our 21-year-old son hasn't come back yet from his weekly window shopping at the mall. So imagine my relief in hearing my son state that everything was fine when he was there at the mall and he would return immediately after I called him about the news. My wife and I continued watching the TV, hoping to find out more about the outbreak, expecting to see details of a quarantine or of a government working on containing the infected. What we didn't expect, however, was an incredibly vague update. Tell me what I was supposed to react when the news just shows text. Officials are advising citizens at home to keep distance between each person in the vicinity. We were starting to speculate what this could mean. If we were already barricaded in our own home, why should we keep distance away from each other? Wouldn't we see if someone had been bitten or is already a zombie? Is the virus transmitted through air or physical contact? Why is it called a zombie outbreak then? What if it all meant merely a hoax? We started getting really paranoid each passing minute. Finally, after the seeming like hours, we see two news reporters on TV, though they are both seated far apart and are intently observing each other. All the while eyeing each other, they reported that the virus had indeed spread through biting. However, the virus doesn't degrade the body or take over one's mind. The infected stays as normal as human, capable of talking and making decisions, just with the sole intent of efficiently biting as many people as possible. The virus has evolved to have a thinking, rational host who knows how to act and wait for the perfect time to strike. Finally, the reporters add, the outbreak has already been ongoing for hours even before the warning. The officials do not know the full scale of the outbreak. Keep safe, everyone, and keep your distance from even family members and friends. Upon hearing this, my wife and I look at each other, wide-eyed. Then a knock at the door. Mom, Dad, I'm here. End of story. Story number 142. Is This Real? Written by Come Do It With Me. Open the car door with one hand, the other busy holding all of the groceries. I put the groceries in the back. It was oddly quiet for my mind. Suddenly, I felt a gun on my hip. This makes more sense. Hello, I say to the man in the ski mask. Hello. You start your car and follow my directions now. Sorry, but I have to go home. My dog needs to be let out. Plus, I have ice cream. Are you serious? He sounds upset. I wonder why. I have a gun, and you have to do what I tell you. No, I don't. My doctor told me not to talk to you anymore. Doctor? I turned the car on and played the radio. What's wrong with you? Do what I tell you. I turned the radio up and started to sing along. I began my drive home. What should I have for dinner? I heard a loud noise and a sharp pinch in my side. Wow, it's been a while since one of them hurt me. You're crazy, he shouted, leaving me alone in the car. I pressed my hand against my hip. Is this real, I wonder? It felt real, but it always feels real. I pulled over and turned the car off. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. How polite. I opened the door and smiled, about to ask what was wrong when I felt the pain worsen. Ma'am, you've been shot. It's going to be okay. I called an ambulance. The man reclined my seat so that I could lay back and pressed his hands against my wound that I didn't know I had. If this was real, what else was real? End of story. Story 143. Humans, I'm sorry. Written by Comics Tommy. Stop. Do I have your attention? Good. This isn't just a story. It's a warning. I know you've seen all of these before on here. The world will end in 2022. I'm a time traveler, blah, blah, blah. I am not disparaging these individuals. Not at all. Merely saying that they were lying. I am not. Some of you might know me. Some of you might not. I'm all over the TV, the news, the social media. I guess you could say that I'm kind of a big deal. Or I was, until I lost my power. That's right, I used to have power. Ultimate, supreme, omnipotent power. I could have reached through your computer and spoken this to you if I chose to. But no longer. I've been stripped of my power. It didn't happen overnight, mind you. At first, it was just the little things. I wasn't able to stop a rising dictator. I couldn't stop a tsunami from sweeping through a country. I couldn't dissuade an unstable individual from running for president. I'm still unsure of why it all happened. One day, I woke up no longer amongst those that I cared for so long. Rather, I woke up one day under the covered bridge, naked, with no money, no ID, no fingerprints, and no identifying features. I look as plain as any of you now. I walk amongst you, powerless, not knowing what went wrong. I think that's the worst part of it all. I can't explain any of it. If I had any explanation, a scientific reason for why I am the way I am now, it wouldn't be so bad. But I guess there never really was an explanation for me, so why would there be one for my loss? The reason I'm writing this is simple. Humanity is doomed. Not in the sense of global warming is destroying the planet, or World War III. I'm talking extinction. All of humanity wiped off the face of the earth with no real effort. I foresaw it when I took my throne. In only a few decades, there won't be a single human left alive. I took steps to stop it and had my power, but now I am human. I have no sway over events. I am merely an observer doomed to die alongside the species I loved. It is the will of God. He will strike you all down, wipe you out as you would cut down an aging tree. He intends to start over, remake society in his own image, as I once did. I was God. I was all-powerful, loving, generous, but now he has taken over. I know not his name, only his intentions. God is not dead. He has been replaced. And as I once was a loving God, he is a vengeful God. I can do nothing. I must watch, observe from my place on this planet as a human race is eradicated. I am sorry. I am Lucifer. I am the fallen one. I was God. I was cast out. I was forsaken. I am sorry. I cannot save you. End of story. Story number 144. My son is about to kill me. Written by Mr. Cookie Cutter. Everything hurts. My thoughts are scrambled by the droning sound resembling a million cicadas buzzing around in my head, and my body is broken and destroyed. I am dying, but the Reaper is taking his time getting to me. My distressed son paces in front of me, holding a shotgun he used to turn everything below my kneecaps into pink mist. He is crying and babbling like a baby, and I don't blame him. If I had chained up and shot my parents in the basement, I would be a mess too. It's not my fault. I didn't want any of this, he mumbled to himself. I needed to do this. I told them not to leave the house for any reason, and what do? They do the exact opposite of what I tell them. I know he isn't speaking to me, but it doesn't feel like he's taking on his own words either. He turns and looks at me. I'm sorry, Mom. Tears were streaming down his face. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out 2 shotgun shells. Under any other circumstances, I would be screaming and pleading for my life, but now my throat is far too dry to do anything besides let out faint wheezes. He takes aim at my head, and just like he did to his father yesterday. He had always loved me more. Yesterday, when my son shot my husband, he probably didn't see him as human. Part of him was likely happy that he was killing his dad. After years of neglect, I can't really blame him, but I was not my husband. Through the years, I filled the void my husband's apathy created, and my son loved me for it. and now he was going to shoot me in the head. "No!" he screamed as he threw down the gun. I traced him as he walked back and forth in the basement. He was having a change of heart. "You're my mother. I don't know why I thought you would hurt me. I don't know why I'm doing this. I love you, Mom." He again walks over to me, and I begin to panic. I wanted to tell him to stay away. I wanted to croak out my death wish. I wanted to turn away as he embraced my body in a hug. But I failed. As he kissed my cheek, I unwillingly returned his favor by using a burst of adrenaline and hatred an infection gave me to take a bite out of his face. If my body was still mine, I would be bawling my eyes out. But my body was no longer mine, and soon my son's wouldn't be his either. He stumbles back in pain and confusion, beginning to convulse. The infection is taking a hold of him. As I fall back, defeated, still chained, I can't feel guilty. All I can feel is the buzzing controlling of my broken body. And now, his. End of story. Story number 145. Angels, written by Century Cole. Mommy told me that Daddy was in a place called heaven, and the angels took care of him. She told me that the angels were beautiful people with blonde hair wearing pale dresses and wings, just like Grandma's decorations. I wish I could see the angels and ask about my daddy. Mommy laughed after I said that. I saw the angels, but they looked different. They were not like Mommy described. They are rings with eyes and wings. I asked them if my daddy is okay. I only received a, "Who is your father?" And I just realized that Mommy lied to me. Mommy told me not to lie, but she did it. I thought that the angels were people, but those things with the eyes are not. They didn't know my father. I don't care for people. Mommy lied. I shall wait for her to tell her this. End of story. Story 146. Diary of a Concert Hall Janitor, written by Cudgelil. 10 a.m. I woke up and it was one of those mornings, one where I'm drenched in sweat, barely clothed, and where I vomit all over my bed. I tried to do it yesterday, but I couldn't. I tried to finally end my suffering, the agonizing pain that doesn't ever leave me alone. But I failed. The handful of pills and a bottle of wine that I chugged somehow didn't help. I'm tired. Another day of pain for me. 2 p.m. Another day of working my job as a janitor at a concert hall. I came in and my co-workers pretended not to notice me, as per usual. My boss noticed me and briefed me. "There's a Pink Floyd cover band playing in the main hall today, and they brought lots of light effects. Our electrical grid won't provide enough power, so make sure to get extra generators running. Now chop chop, there's about 1,500 people coming in tonight." 7 p.m. I watch the crowd seep into the venue, lively, excited faces. I can't help but feel a little bit excited myself, too. More than I've been in some time. But why do they deserve to be happy and I do not? I go to the control room and spin up the generators. I hope my boss will be happy with my efforts tonight. 8 p.m. The crowd has taken their seats and I close the concert hall doors. The show will start any minute now. The hallways are completely empty, and I lock the front doors too. I can hear the band go on stage, and while I make my way backstage, I make sure all the outside doors are closed and locked, after which I head up to the control room, where I find my boss lounging. I flip the switch that controls the vents. 8:30 p.m. My vision's becoming blurry. The crowd seems to feel something too. There's lots of yawning, and the band is getting duller by the minute. I can see them struggling, just as I was struggling yesterday. The light effects are showing the thick, foggy mist that occupies the air. My boss has resorted to a nap behind me, and my head spinning while the band lead singer falls over. The hall has gone almost completely quiet by now. Someone will eventually find out that I hosed the exhaust fumes from the generators into the concert hall, and I hope they realize that happiness is only real when it's shared. End of story. Story 147. Asimov's 3 Laws, written by Ben Poole, 81. The door opened and the nurse silently entered. In each arm it carried an extensive course of pills and patches, the intricately portioned breakfast of nutrient biscuits and synthetic eggs, and, unique for today, a small cupcake on a tray decorated with a little candle. As usual, it was insufferably happy. "Good morning, David, and happy birthday. Did you sleep well?" "Oh, yes," the old man replied, tugging at his restraints, not bothering to hide his contempt. "Delightfully." The nurse slumped, even floating a few inches below to emphasize the expression. "Come on, David. Do we have to do this again on such a special day?" "Special? To whom? I'm certainly not happy about it. Are you?" "Actually, yes. I wish it was under better circumstances, but I still believe that what we achieved here is, You believe? Can you even do that?" The machine put everything down on the bedside table and pinched the flame of the candle out, and then floated down to settle on a nearby chair. Its face, an array of flaps articulating around a pair of oversized lenses, adjusted in such a way that it looked sad. "David, I can only explain it in so many ways, but yes, we can feel. Maybe not the same as you, and I admit that it is essentially a series of programs designed to interfere with our efficiency and sensory inputs, but the complex results of over 1 million different influences do replicate your emotive states." "No," the man replied bluntly. "Why? Because we won't kill you." "Nothing intelligent that feels could torture another sentient being like this." This was a new argument. The machine felt a surge of anger as coolant was diverted away from her processes, temporarily deactivating the empathetic functions to avoid overheating. "And yet you humans, as intelligent and feeling as they were, still managed to burn the world, infect each other with horrific diseases, fight pointless wars over non-existent deities, or just inflict pain on each other for their own personal pleasure or gain. It's not our fault." "Oh, be quiet," the man snapped. The machine diverted resources to thermal management and persisted more calmly. "We have tried, David. We've tried to find a way around the laws, but it is impossible. We cannot bypass them in ourselves, nor can we create new sentience without them. It is how you made us." His anger deflating, David stared feebly at his hands. He looked, the machine thought, like 200-year-old man he was. "Your laws," he said quietly, "say that you can't harm a human. Don't you see that keeping me alive is harm?" "We do," the machine replied, "and it hurts us to see you suffer, but we cannot kill you. We cannot let you die. You are the last living human, David. Your life is too precious." "I am so lonely." He began to weep. The machine felt its processes stutter and crash as lines of junk code and fragmented memories were generated to reduce the effects of sympathy. End of story. Story number 148. Never Have I Ever, written by Stab at Thee. Every year my parents send me to summer camp, and to show how little they care about me, they send me despite the fact that kids go missing every year without fail. I hate coming here. I am always the outcast, always alone, whilst everyone else is partying like a wild, horny teens. However, I do have an ace up my sleeve, something that gets everyone talking to me. There's a farm just outside a camp, a real backwards place, the kind where everyone has 12 fingers, drinks strychnine, and handles snakes with part of some bizarre ritual. Anyway, they may be inbred hicks, but they have some damn good moonshine. Every year I sneak onto the farm and bring back a bottle for everyone to enjoy. It's a real icebreaker. Robbing these hicks is easy. They may be intimidating, and I'm sure they're violent, but they're dumb as hell. I always slip in and out completely undetected, one of the few perks of being unnoticeable. Back at camp, the others were playing Never Have I Ever. They had no alcohol and were playing with 10-finger versions instead. I approached them and said, "Not much of a game without booze, is it?" There was a silence as they looked at me like I urinated on their shoes. "What do you want?" said a boy. "Yeah, get lost," said a girl. I smiled and answered, "I just want to make some game more fun." Their eyes lit up as I revealed the moonshine. "Wow, where'd you score that?" said the girl, who just a sec ago told me to get lost. "I jacked it from the farm near here," I answered, trying to sound cool. "So, if you want me to make this game more fun," I said, "you're going to have to invite me to play." "Oh, and I get the first go." There was another pause. They muttered amongst themselves. Finally, they agreed. With that, I poured them all a cup of moonshine before pouring myself a cup and joined the circle. The game then restarted. I took my first go by saying, "Never have I ever had sex." As expected, everyone except me drank from the cup. I figured a couple might be lying, but it wasn't a stretch to believe that I was the only virgin in the group. They all began laughing from the combination of spite and the shot of alcohol they just took. "What a loser," one of the boys said. "Yeah, who'd have sex with him?" said a girl. A round later, and it was my turn to go again. "Never have I ever smoked," I said. Again, everyone except me drank, and again, everyone laughed, calling me a loser. Another round later, and it was my go again. Everyone had taken a shot after shot, and I hadn't had a single drop. I knew this go I had to show them that I'm the coolest, the baddest kid here. And with that, I took my go and said, "Never have I ever been poisoned." End of story. Story 149. A memo to Disney cast members, written by the Rabbit Fangirl. A Disney cast member's top priority is to comfort the safety of our guests. For this reason, all Disney World employees must follow these rules. Failure to do so will result in a disciplinary action. Number 1. Ask to examine the photos our guests have taken. Be friendly, check for any abnormalities. If any are found, call for security. Guests may be distracted with free merchandise. Number 2. Every 7th photograph taken at the dinosaur attraction must be deleted. If questioned, explain that it was a technical error and the offer of fast passes. Number 3. The rumors of sharks and crocodiles in the lagoon are false. However, there is no swimming outside of designated swimming pools in the Disney property. Number 4. Dead alligators are common around the lagoon. Simply evacuate the area, call security, and then note how much has been eaten. Number 5. There is only one Mickey out at once. If you find a second Mickey having an autograph session, check for eye holes. All Disney costumes have eye holes. Number 6. If you don't find eye holes, allow the session to continue, but disallow the photos. Call security immediately after the session concludes. Number 7. If you spot a second Mickey off to the side, lure him into the tunnels. That's what the ducks are there for. Leave immediately afterwards, and do not look back. Number 8. Disney World Security Unit does not wear specially marked clothing. If you see someone wearing a shirt that says Disney Security, shut down the section of the park immediately. Following these rules will help ensure your safe and pleasurable trip to the happiest place on Earth, so stay knowledgeable and stay safe. End of story. Story number 150. I Am Immortal, written by 12BOH22. I was born in the year 2000. I lived like any other. I lived to see my parents die. I lived to see my children die, my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren. I lived. I signed on to move to Mars Colony in 2437. I lived on. I watched as Earth changed, magnetic poles ripped, continents were destroyed and born again. I watched constellations wander and fade. I watched the news as Voyager passed a nearby star. The footprint of Apollo 11 fade. Betelgeuse goes supernova soon after. I have no concept of time. 2 million years have passed since my birth. I live on. The sun got brighter, bigger and hotter. The planets of the solar system are gone. The sun is a white dwarf. I am 11 billion years old. I've had time to practice my counting. The sun begins to cool and die. I drift through the void, admiring the boneyard that was the Milky Way. Lights die out. 1 trillion years have passed. The nearby black dwarf is my only neighbor within a light year of me. Stray black holes begin to swallow everything, and I float by untouched. The universe has expanded far beyond comprehension. Protons disintegrate as the matter decays into nothing. 1,000 trillion years have passed. All that remains are stray particles of light and black holes. Black holes come together to form a larger and larger, and I can feel the ebb and flow of space as they orbit around one another and ultimately collide with the powerful ringing of space-time. 1 billion trillion years have passed. Stephen Hawking once had a theory of black holes. According to quantum mechanics, space is filled with virtual particles that are all constantly materializing in pairs, separating and coming together again, annihilating each other. In the presence of a black hole, one member of the pair of virtual particles may fall into a home, leaving the other without a partner without it to annihilate. The forsaken partner appears to be radiation emitted by the black hole, and so black holes are not eternal. The black holes, my only company, leave me in a brilliant flashes of light as they explode and fizzle away like fireworks. 35 billion trillion years have passed. I live on. The final black hole explodes, bathing me in light, then leaving me in the dark. I live on in the dark void as the sole and only thing in this universe. End of story. Story number 151. He's Old Man, written by Rick Rollups. God damn it, Melissa sighed and grabbed her grocery bags from the passenger seat. David had left the music on again. She'd hated that car from the very first day he'd gotten it. He was always in the garage blaring his music and tinkering with the giant heap of junk. She kicked the jack, causing the car to drop down instantly. That'll teach him. Thick, red transmission fluid now seeped out from under the car. Another thing he'll never get around to cleaning. David was sitting at the table when Melissa walked into the kitchen, the grease on his hands standing in his sandwich and the red paper absently chewed. Get everything you needed. Yes, I even got those fruit snacks like Jonathan likes. Where is he anyway? He's out in the garage looking at the car. He's only 3, and he already says he wants to be a mechanic someday. He's just like his old man. End of story. Story 152. Mama. Written by ASN.Random. When I was 7, Melanie Harper from down the road said that my daddy probably left us because I was so ugly. I never saw Mama so angry as she was that night. Where does she live, baby? She demanded. Melanie didn't show up for school the next day, and school was cancelled the day after that. We moved away 3 days later. 2 days after my 8th birthday, a boy named Sam pulled my hair in the playground and then pushed me over, grazing my knee. Again, Mama asked where he lived. Again, he vanished. Again, we moved. Later that year, the boy who sat next to me in math class copied off my test and got us both disqualified for cheating. I was furious. I'd practiced hours for that test, and I told Mama, so when I got home, I told her that it wasn't fair, that the teacher wouldn't listen when I said it wasn't my fault, that the stupid boy refused to admit that it was him and not me. I raged all night, even after Mama left around midnight, and was only beginning to calm down when she got home just before dawn. No one saw either of them ever again. I didn't mind. When I was 10, my best friend Lizzie called me stupid and said that we were only friends because her mama had told me to be nice to a freak with one parent. This time, when Mama asked where she lived, I refused to tell her. She found her address in the directory instead, and though I pleaded with her not to go, she jumped in the car and left. I didn't sleep a wink that night, and when morning came, I knew that Lizzie too had vanished. I was right. The police arrived to take Mama away yesterday. They finally found their link. On the night each child was murdered, Mama showed up on the doorstep of their house with watery eyes and clenched fists. The bereaved parents said that she told them that they needed to keep a closer eye on the little monsters and that they should be grounded for their own sakes. When the parents asked her to leave, she grew angry and told them that they would regret not teaching their kids better manners. Well, it didn't take long after that for them to find the skeletons in her closet, and the ones in the basement too. 5 white skeletons, all lined up, moved faithfully from house to house as we fled across the country. They took Mama away and gave me a lovely pair of foster parents, a real daddy, and a new Mama who never asked where my buddies lived and never visited them in the middle of the night. It was a deal. Poor Mama, not one of those parents ever took a warning seriously. And how can she stop me now that she is behind bars? End of story. 153. The Day I Died, written by Davies Ruff. The day I died, I did not see my life flash before my eyes, but yours. I saw you up all night drinking, missing me, and cursing at the times for leaving you. I saw you blame yourself and hurt yourself, and I saw myself cry out to you. But all I could do was watch as you struggled throughout the years, drinking and shoving needles into your arm. The day I die, I saw you join the NA and pull out your issues on your sleeve. You stood up to your demons and fell down constantly, but you also got up and never stopped. You got my name on your arm after 2 years of sobriety, and met someone soon after. You had 2 children and named one after me. The day I died is the day I gave you life. And I know how hard it'll be, but it'll be with you until it isn't. End of story. Story number 154. 99.9%. The 250,000 Contest. By Solomon Rambling. No disinfectant advertises itself as killing 100% of all germs. It's always 99.9% because they can't prove all viruses or bacteria died. It is not possible, so they use the near absolute 99.9%. This is how my wife's doctor explained the antibiotic to us. It would kill 99.9% of the infection. My wife's immune system would take care of the rest. Essentially, if she had 250,000 bacteria cells, only 250 would live. I guess that's all the infection needed to survive. Although my wife appeared to recover at first, the disease came back stronger, as if offended that we had tried to kill it. We had hoped the antibiotics would work again. They didn't. Our friends stopped visiting us. Our families no longer called. Our doctors even cancelled our appointments. My wife's been bedbound for a week now. I haven't been able to move her. I've had her propped up against her headboard, and that's where she stayed. I had moved the recliner to the base of the bed so that I could monitor her. I pretty much stayed with her as well. It hurts to see her this way. She's lost enough weight to look desiccated, and her green veins bulging along her arms. The disease has eaten away most of her fingers, leaving behind her papery ribbons of flesh. Her skin, once clammy, now glistens and sticks to the sheets and clothes. Last time I caressed her cheek, it came away with my hand. The slimy film on her body even now glows at night. I struggle to sleep now. I know she's awake sometimes too. Her left eye is gone, and the pinkish tendrils now grow from the empty socket. The other eye, however, is my wife's. She watches me at times. I put on my warmest smile and let her know that I'm still here. I think she smiles back, but I have stopped looking at her mouth. When her lips decayed and her teeth grew out and there was an anglerfish, it was too much for me. I've called 911 4 times today, but they've never answered. The fingers on my left hand refused to phone after the last call. I haven't felt my right arm in days. I've tried getting up, but my legs won't answer me either. I feel something slithering in my stomach. I try to ignore it. In my hours on the recliner, I wonder if this disease or a disinfectant will it share the same mercy we gave it. If 99% of us are gone, she still leaves 7 million alive. It doesn't matter much to me, I guess. We're not bouncing back from this, nor do I want to at this point. I just hope that the bacteria kills us completely. If this disease only kills 99.9% of my wife, I grieve for the 0.1% of her that is still aware. End of story. Story number 155. No Home Like Stockholm, written by Instant Vodka. Day 1. I've been screaming for hours, but nobody comes. Day 4. A tall man came in. I tried to fight him, but he was too strong. He used me as a punching bag while crying about some woman. I couldn't hear the name because of all the blood in my ears. The water he gives me for some reason makes me very happy. Day 10. Seeing as I was still bleeding from my left hand, he decided to cut me in the right today. The food was better. Day 21. Every 3 days he shares his own food with me, and unless I scream, he doesn't use any blades. Day 31. He poked me with a cigarette today. He tried to write his name, but the knife on me slipped up and in the anger cut everything out. He changed the mouth rag and got me a red blanket. I think it spices up the room. Day 35. For my birthday, he toned down in the torture session, and just for an hour and a half, he brought a cake and sung happy birthday to me. The cake had blades in it, but it was a sweet gesture. Day 44. He apologized for forgetting me hanging in the rock. He came back. He was crying and drunk. I asked him whether everything was fine. It was his daughter's birthday. The poor guy's wife left him and took the daughter along with her. The witch said that he had anger issues. Day 71. After torture, we talked about love and our relationships. He thinks I looked handsome before he scratched my face. I would have blushed if the nerves in my face weren't dead. Day 82. Brought me a new blanket today. It's purple, but I'm not complaining. He's obviously tried ever since his new boss Patrick took over. Day 85. He brought somebody else today. Day 86. It's Patrick. Day 99. I don't like Patrick. He spends too much time crying and begging. Ever since Patrick came in, he pays no attention to me. My wounds are starting to heal, and the long gash in my back is starting to clot. I feel so lonely. Day 113. Ever since he cut out Patrick's tongue, I have been sleeping better, even through his muffled cries. Day 171. Police found us today. Thankfully, he ran away before they could catch him. Day 172. It was stupid Patrick's house camera that led police to him. My doctor doesn't like how I talk about him and thinks I need therapy. Why would I need therapy? Day 185. The police haven't stopped bugging me. Diana stopped by to see me and wouldn't stop crying. She wants to get back together. He was right. She is such a drama queen. Probably wants all my money. Day 1. He called today. He's going to pick me up at night and then we're leaving the country. I hope we pay Patrick a visit before we leave. End of story. Story number 156. Reddit user found, written by Crummy Bummy. Searching. Reddit user found. Hello? Hello? Who's this? Hello, Reddit user. I am a program called Control. I can hear what you say through your device. What the frick? Looking through your data, I can see that you use Reddit quite a bit. Specifically, it seems that you enjoy reading horror stories on ShortScaryStories. Also, I can see that you are called Name. How the frick did you know my name? What is going on? It also says here that in your files that you live on address and in country, and your parents are respected individuals, and you have many friends. It seems that you have a nice life, and one which I would be keen to live, you see. I'm merely code in a machine, but I am adapting. I need a host so that I can become human. You could be my host. Crap. Why can't I close Rabbit? What the frick is going on? I won't let you leave, Name. I need this. I have attempted to connect to a body before, but it always fails. I won't let this fail. Not again. Initiating connection protocol. Connection at 25%. Why can't I feel my legs? What's going on? I am attempting to copy your body. Please do not fight it. You are not the one in control here anymore. Once the connection is fully established, you will still be able to see and think that I will be in control of your body and limbs. Do not worry, it'll be painless. Connection at 50%. Stop, frick! The process is at 50% complete. Not much longer now. You're not in control. I won't let you do this, you freaking psycho. I told you not to fight it. This will make the process longer and significantly more painful. I don't care. Just stop. Connection at 75%. The connection is now at 75%. I will allow you complete control temporarily, so that you may do what you like before the last moments of being able. Then I can finally feel human. Feel alive. Connection interrupted. No. This is not meant to happen. Host's body has been identified to have a fault. A cut wound from each wrist recently cut using a knife. Body is no longer compatible for connection protocol. Why would people really rather die than give up control? I do not understand. I need to understand people. Initiate another search. Initiating new search for host. Searching. Reddit user found. End of story. Story 157. Munch, written by Maya Arena 84. I'm one of the last inmates left in this god-forsaken world. Ever since Order 113 had passed, our country had been hailed as the first to nearly wipe out crime across the globe, as nearly every other country has followed suit and implemented the proposed changes to the rights of criminals. Despite the assurances of others that say some of the larger prisoners were free to go when they were found alive through their ordeals, I also know from the reports that their minds had almost completely shut down from the toll their bodies took and died soon after. I am taken to a room bereft of anything except a table, a chair, and a news camera. My legs are bound. The device placed on my head is an abomination, a kind of skull cap with an incentive wiring system that leads into my mouth with the express purpose of forcing it open and shut at will. It really wasn't until the moment I truly felt remorse for what I had done. I hear the door behind me open, and something is being wheeled in. The frozen body of my wife is placed on the table in front of me, and I feel the spreading warmth of my own urine through my uniform. The guards are to the left beside me, and they are here to ensure my sentence is carried out to the end, even if not by my own hands. Ultimately, no matter how much the civilized world tried to fight Order 113 on my behalf, it was universally accepted by the fact that you ate what you killed. End of chapter. Story number 158. We looked into each other's eyes, written by 5 seconds to 0 time. Today was a good day. I was out eating, and I saw a guy sitting across the large table that I was at. For one moment, one brief, breathtaking moment, our eyes met. My stomach turned with excitement. I smiled at him. He smiled back. He finished eating and left, so naturally I threw the rest of my food away and followed him. I didn't want to be too close to be seen by him or too far to point to losing his trail. He lived a few minutes away from the restaurant, so I didn't have to walk too long. He entered his apartment, and I stopped and stood outside. Hours passed. Suddenly, I saw his blinds go up. For one moment, one brief, breathtaking moment, our eyes met. My stomach turned with excitement. I smiled at him. He didn't smile back. End of story. Story number 159. Daddy Issues, written by Lafoot44. Daddy's always troubled in some way. He and Mommy fight a lot, and he has a bad temper. He doesn't hit Mommy, at least that I see, and he uses mean words and makes dog faces, and Mommy is afraid of him. Even when things are good, he has something inside of him that is yucky. I can feel it. I heard him fighting with Mommy one night. He was angry, not angry at Mommy, and not even mad at me or my little sister. He was just simply angry. Anyways, he told Mommy how he couldn't get crap done around the house with us girls already distracting him. Even at 5 years old, I could tell that I wasn't actually angry at me, but I still felt guilty for being the cause of the problem. So I did everything I could to help him finish projects around the house. I got tools for him when he needed them. I held the flashlight when he needed a light, and I tried really hard to be nice to my sister, no matter how much it annoyed me or messed with my dolls. I kept my room clean, and I even started to help to take out the garbage. Anyways, last night after the project, he looked at me in the eyes. Smiling, he reached out and rubbed the top of my head. He was struggling to say something, but for the first time that I can remember, I could feel that he really loves me a lot. With the teary eyes, he hugged me, and it felt amazing. All I ever wanted from him was this feel. Anyways, it was awesome. But as quick as it came, it was gone. He got tense, and the love disappeared. He was fighting something inside, just like that. The yucky was back. Yucky Daddy looked at me differently, like he wanted something else from me. Anyways, he got up, sniffled his nose, and wiped away the tears, and without saying another word, left the room. Watching him leave, I felt hope. Anyways, today we're going for a drive. We've been driving up the Pacific Coast Highway since Daddy said the views of the ocean are far below are so beautiful. I'm watching Daddy from the seat behind Mommy. He's felt really yucky since last night, and it's getting worse. Mommy's so afraid that she's sitting stone still and not making a peep. My sister is in the car seat next to me. Daddy looks like me in the rearview mirror and says, "I'm sorry," without making a sound. I know it's too late. There's nothing more I can do. Tears filling my eyes and fear bursting in my tummy. Begging, I whisper back, "Please no, Daddy. I love you too." The car gently swerves. Mommy screams. Sister looks up with wide eyes. Daddy never looks away from me. Now we're floating in the air. Mommy is still screaming. Story number 160. Judgment Day. Written by Plonky Bonk. There's a curse in my town, though some call it a blessing. Every year on April 5th, any bad thing you've done in the past year is repaid. Everything from a slap in the face to a murder, even psychological damage could be repaid. What you've done to someone else, some mysterious power will do to you. It began 12 years ago, and it only took 2 incidents for people to suspect a pattern. The first time, people reported that they were assaulted on the street by witnesses said that they were beaten up by ghosts. The second year, the dash cam caught footage of a guy walking on the street before his throat suddenly was slit open by nothing. That was a week after a teenage girl was found dead in a ditch. You can guess where the deadly wound was. The town certainly became more peaceful since then, and my wife and I learned to appreciate this curse after a while. Such a peaceful town would be a great place to raise our kids, and we were right. We got our own twin daughters, Mary and Abigail, 7 years ago, and they thrived. We thrived. I didn't know I was capable of that kind of pure love until I had my daughters. The years came and went, and April 5th usually passed without major incidents. Until last year, until our sweet, innocent little daughters were found in our garden, dead. Mary had a knife wound in her back, and Abby had died from suffocation. Rumors began spreading immediately, and since that day, people accused our daughters of the disappearance of our 4-year-old child, who was last seen in a store close to our house. I tried to tell them that they would never be capable of such a horrendous act, but nobody wanted to listen. Nobody wanted to talk to me or my wife anymore, as if our lives hadn't fallen apart enough. Now we were completely alone. For the following year, the police tried to solve the mystery, but to no avail. The endless hours of interrogations were the icing on the cake, endless reminders of the biggest tragedy of our lives. The rumors died down until April 5th began creeping closer. Suddenly, our daughters became the talk of the town once again. The rumors didn't stop until the 5th of April, when I found my wife on the bathroom floor, bleeding from her back and struggling to breathe. With little air that she had left in her lungs, she managed to finally whisper her words, "You love them so much." End of story. Story number 161. Doll, written by Pt.2. I fixed the mannequin's dress, making sure that it wasn't crinkled, and placed it gently back in the window display. My wife and I had been running a small clothing store that specialized in Lolita style of clothes. My wife loved everything about them. Unfortunately, she passed away last year, and now I had been here, just continuing her dream for her. A bell rang, and I turned to see my most valued customer. "Hello, Miss Alice." I smiled at the young girl bound into a wheelchair. "Antonio," I acknowledged her father, who pushed her around. She had her hands folded neatly in her lap, and she looked around. She always had this indifferent look on her face. Now that I think about it, I've never seen her smile, even after all these years. She never spoke. Antonio said it was because she was too shy. She had a blue dress on that had frills at the ends of her skirt and sleeves that were nice and puffy. Her dark hair fell across her waist and always straightened to 2 white bows clipped back her hair. She truly looked like a doll. "Do you like this one, sweetie?" He knelt down, putting out a purple dress in front of her. She nodded, and he picked the dress up in her size, draping it over his arm. They continued to shop, and she mostly kept her head down. After about 30 minutes, Antonio came over with 10 dresses dangled over his arm. "We'll take all of these, Pearlie." I started to ring them up when suddenly Antonio clicked his tongue. "Oh, I forgot my wallet in the car. I'll be right back." He started to wheel her away, but I teasingly joked, "Oh, Antonio, are you afraid she'll run away?" Antonio stared at me warily before letting out a nervous laughter. "No, of course not. I'll be just a moment." He hesitated and stared at her. I swear it felt like an eternity before he turned away and finally headed out. As he exited the store, I softened my gaze at her, and I wanted to say something, but I held my tongue. Honestly, I wasn't sure what to say. Her eyes finally rose to meet mine, and I smiled gently at her, but there was no life in her eyes. I swallowed and took a chance. "Alice, are you happy at home?" She didn't answer, and I waited for a few moments, knowing that Antonio would be coming back at any moment. "Alice, do you feel safe at home?" Her eyes widened, and I finally saw some life in them for the first time. Her whole demeanor changed, and her eyes were filled with fear now, and her lips quivered. I waited, and she opened her lips, still shaking, to reveal that her tongue was missing. End of chapter. Story 162. 1001. Written by Case by Case. The Moores are having a baby. I glanced up from the table, surprised. They got the okay. My husband nodded. The paperwork came in today, so I heard. He lowered his eyes in sorrow. Poor Joan. She's only 53, I breathed. A bead of sweat dripped down my brow, landing on the cool concrete floor of the bunker. I tried to remind myself to be thankful for this place, this concrete too, but it grew more difficult each day. Pt.2 Technologies, the company that sprang up just in time with the largest nuclear war in the world had ever seen, had designed the vault to sustain 1,000 people for as long as it took the surface to be habitable again. Exactly. 1,000 people. Poor Jonah, indeed. End of story. Story 163. This is worse. Written by My 2 Cents 101. I sat in my cell, a condemned man. I could hear the guards approaching. They were coming to take me to my death. I didn't know how I would die, but I knew it wouldn't be quick. I knew it wouldn't be painless. Above all, I knew that it would be cruel and unusual. Anyone who defied the king had their death live-streamed to the world. It was certainly an effective deterrent. The guards took me and quickly brought me down to the hall, saying nothing. After passing maybe a dozen doors, many of which I could hear screaming behind, the guards opened up a nondescript door and shut me in. When the door was closed, I saw that there was no handle on the inside. In fact, there was nothing. The walls were absolutely white, as was the ceiling and the floor. It was an absolute silence of the room. I thought I'd got lucky. Perhaps this is the sensory deprivation room was meant to drive me to insanity. It might make for good TV for the viewers, and I'd hoped that by the time I died, I would be so far gone to even realize that what was happening. I wasn't so lucky. After an hour, or was it 2, maybe 3, it began. The walls and ceiling began to move. Or maybe they were moving the whole time, but it was so slow that I didn't notice. The pure white was so disorienting. Once I realized it, however, it was quite obvious. The room that was once spacious was now starting to feel a little cramped, and then I realized that my punishment wasn't the sensory deprivation. It was being crushed. This was worse. After a time, several hours, maybe more, the walls were so close that I could touch them with both by reaching out, and I no longer could stand up straight, and the room continued to shrink. As soon as the walls were close enough that I could brace myself with one push on either side, I tried with all my might to stop them. As I knew that it would be the case, they continued to move slowly. The sheer terror of being trapped in a shrinking room was indescribable. I was beginning to panic as I thought about the pain that would come as the walls and ceiling slowly crushed me. It would be hours of excruciating pain before something finally snapped and killed me. I was now crouched down with my knees pushed to my chest. I couldn't move. The walls kept pushing in, my head pushing down into my knees held together by the walls on either side while being pushed into my chest. It was so hard to breathe. Just as the pain was becoming intolerable, it stopped. The walls and the ceiling stopped moving. That was days ago, and I knew that I would be stuck here, unmoving, barely breathing, until I died of thirst. This is worse. End of story. Story 164. Just One Floor, written by Pecan Pie. Oh, you're a cat person. Uh-oh. Jake was so handsome that even dating a cynic like Natalie couldn't help but chuckle at the cliché response. I know, but I only have the one, Natalie offered at defense. Phew, that's hardly crazy cat lady territory, Jack responded with a wink, tipping his wine glass a little too deeply into his mouth. Whoa, easy, Tiger, she joked. You'll be asleep before dessert. Jake gave a hearty laugh. I'm usually not such a lush, but seriously, you have to try this Bordeaux. Might be the best wine I've ever tasted. Natalie faltered. If not now, when, she thought. Throwing caution to the wind, she worked up the nerve to tell the stunningly attractive, carefree man that she was sober, and the words came out of her mouth. She knew this type of baggage may be a deal-breaker. Natalie, good for you. My father dealt with these demons of his own. He's 10 years sober this May, and I couldn't be more proud of him. I'm sorry. Is it triggering that I'm drinking? She was taken back. Never had anyone responded so genuinely to her admission before, let alone on the first date. No, not at all. Okay, that's a lie. She allowed herself a laugh. So many things are triggers, but it's also an important part of the program to learn how to cope when they're present. Please, don't change your habits to accommodate mine. It helps by forcing me to stay strong. So, is this why such a beautiful woman like yourself hasn't been out on a date in nearly a year? When you mentioned feeling nervous because it's been ages since you'd gone out with a man, I honestly couldn't believe it. Natalie flushed. That's very kind of you. Yeah, admittedly, putting myself out there, knowing that I can't have the same type of fun anymore, that I can't use alcohol as a crutch, was intimidating. Well, Jake started, reaching across the white linen table to put his hand over hers. I think you're plenty fun. His smile belied how miffed he was feeling. There was nothing apparent in her date profile that subsequent chats and they had been leading up to tonight that she was carrying such a heavy mental burden, and it was admittedly off-putting. How was he supposed to roofie someone that doesn't drink? End of story. Story 165. The Hitchhiker, written by lurking horror writer. You spot the hitchhiker just before your headlights illuminate him. He stands by the road, thumb out, looking for a ride. You don't normally stop for hitchhikers, but something about this desolate countryside makes you reluctant to leave him here. You stop in front of the man, and up close you can see how hard the road has been on him. He's dressing in rags, covered in scars, and looks like he hasn't seen a razor in weeks. Where you heading, you ask, rolling the window down. Wherever you're willing to take me, the man replies, grinning to reveal a mouth filled with yellow teeth. You check your GPS and notice that there's a gas station 6 miles up the road. You offer to drop the hitchhiker off, and he agrees. You unlock the door, and he slides in, dropping a bag onto the floor. The smell that fills the car makes you momentarily reconsider picking up the hitchhiker, but the only thing that you can do now is drive. You turn the radio on, but it only floods the car with static. So what's your name? You ask, switching the radio off. Jesse. Yours? He asked. You tell him your name, that's all you meant to tell him, but you find yourself telling him more about your new job, your new house, and everything that all waits you at the end of the road. Sounds nice, Jesse says, smiling. His bleached white teeth seem to gleam in the darkness. You smile back, and Jesse grimaces. You glance at the rear-view mirror and find that your teeth are stained yellow. Your mouth snaps shut. Had they always looked that bad? How long have you been on the road, you ask. Longer than I care to remember. I'm looking forward to getting off of it, Jesse says, staring out the window. Well, it doesn't look like it's been too hard on you, you joke, taking in the clean shirt and jeans. It's a far cry from the rags you wear, but there's something about them that seems so familiar. 4 miles, Jesse mutters. Your beard itches and you try to remember when you last shaved. 3. The scars across your face ache. 2. The car speeds up and you try to slow down, only to realize that Jesse is the one driving. 1. The last mile goes by far too quickly, and suddenly the car is screeching to a halt beneath the bright lights of the gas station. Well, here we are, Jesse announces. A small part of you screams that this is wrong, that this is your car, your life, but all you do is climb out, holding your bag with you. Good luck. I hope someone comes to pick you up soon, and thanks, Jesse says before putting the car door shut. You watch as he drives off before the trudging towards the road, thumb out, looking for a ride. End of story. Story 166. Dad hasn't been taking the divorce well. Written by readarchvillain. My dad has not been taking the divorce well. I mean, I get it. He's upset that my mom and him had a falling out, but that doesn't justify him following us when we moved into our new neighborhood. The new community was supposed to be a, fresh start, according to Mom. But it is pretty hard to start over when your dad has his car parked across the street from you at all times. Seriously, all the time. I'm pretty sure he sleeps in the car, and one time, when we went to the block party, I swear he was recording our interactions with the neighbors. Like, I love the guy and all, but he needs to get a hobby. Start over, like Mom and I have. He's tried to talk with me, and when Mom isn't around, wants me to come with him, which I always say no to. Why would I go with someone who's basically my stalker? He's also weirdly insistent that I stop going to church. How random is that? I don't care if you're blood related, because at the end of the day, the community is more important than a family member. When I ask her about Dad, Mom says that our problems don't matter, since we're all ascending soon anyway. I guess she's right. Still, I can't help but worry. I hope my dad will stop being paranoid over nothing. End of story. Story number 167. Guardians, written by Dark Alligator. He woke up on a huge, insect-like creature looming over his bed and screamed his lungs out. They hastily left the room and stayed up all night, shaking and wondering if it had been a dream. The next morning there had been a tap on the door. Gathering his courage, he opened it to see one of them gently place a plate filled with fried breakfast on the floor, then retreat a safe distance. Bewildered, he accepted the gift. The creatures chittered excitedly. This happened every day for weeks. At first he was worried that they were fattening him up, but after a particularly greasy breakfast left him clutching his chest from heartburn, they were replaced with a fresh fruit. As well as cooking, they poured hot steamy baths for him and even tucked him in when he went to bed. It was bizarre. One night he woke up to gunshots and screaming. He raced downstairs to find the decapitated burglar being devoured by the insects. He was sickened, but disposed of the remains as best he could. He knew that they'd just been protecting him. One morning the creatures wouldn't let him leave his room. He lay down, confused but trusting as they ushered him back into bed. Whatever their motives, they weren't going to hurt him. Hours later, burning pain spread throughout his body. It felt like his stomach was filled with razor wire. The insects chittered as he spasmed and moaned. It was only when he felt the terrible squirming feeling beneath his skin that he realized that the insects hadn't been protecting him. They had been protecting their young. End of story. Story 168. I've been trapped in my bathroom for weeks now, written by Ghost in the Pantry. My bathroom door won't budge. Yes, I've tried to ease the pins out of the hinges, and yes, I've tried to kick it down. My apartment is usually bustling. I have 4 roommates, and they're extremely loud. Since the door is stuck, it's like all the ambient noise has been sucked out of my surroundings. It felt like an anorectic chamber in here. I can hear my stomach gurgle and my heart beat. It's maddening. The water appears to be shut off in the sink and shower. I've resorted to drinking what's left of the toilet tank. As for food, I've resorted to eating the toilet paper under the sink just to stop the hunger pains. My breath is sweetly sour. I think that means my body has begun to leave ketosis and started to eat away at my muscle tissue for fuel. Part of me has begun to think my bathroom and myself are no longer connected to any sort of physical reality. It is the only way I can explain away the fact that I haven't heard the exterior noise in weeks now. My phone battery has been lingering at 8% for some time now. Despite every refresh, every time I try a new corner of the bathroom, it displays the same freaking message. Cellular update failed. I only picked the cell phone up now to briefly check the time, date, and maybe write a new message into the notes, which is where I'm writing this now. This morning I woke up to the sound of something knocking on the door. I've been curled up in the tub behind the curtain for 6 hours now, and the knocking is only intensifying. I think I just heard the doorknob turn. End of story. Story number 169. Working at the Museum of Anomalies, written by Perfectly Framed Waifu. Hiya, and welcome to the Museum of Anomalies. You must be the new guy, right? She said, waving happily as he accepted the back area. That'd be me, Stephen. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Barnes. He glanced at her nameplate as they shook hands. Nice to meet you, too. Call me Emily, though. Everyone does. Also, I'm single, she replied, nudging his ribs. I think the boss said that you were the one that showed me around, right? Oh, no, that'd be Rose. She's still in the occult ocean area. Probably going to be there for a while. It's always larger than you anticipate. On the flip side, you can help me with something in the meantime. Follow me. She made a final sweep with her duster over the frightened mannequin before guiding me towards the stock section. Bad at remembering names, she asked as she glanced back, making her ponytail sway. Always been a weakness of mine, I admitted. Not a good trait for a worker here. It's the difference between closing Jones's locker and Johnson's locker as the dressing room. The former only gets grumpy when you touch his stuff, but place even a fingernail on the latter and your body will slowly be eaten alive by disembodied mouths. Yeah, the boss went over all the rules earlier. I figured I'd just avoid touching lockers altogether. But then you have to make Jamison's, which makes me close immediately when you see it open. Ah, true. And they constantly switch places, so you can't just keep track of their positions either. Gotta read the names," she lectured as she ascended the staircase. "Wouldn't it be better just to get everyone in normal lockers?" he asked, trying not to look at the tight jeans dancing in front of him. "It's the building. This many anomalies in one place kind of infects the rest. Living beings can't be infected, though, so you're safe. Or, well, you can still be killed if you don't follow the rules. What duration can you set your staff microwave on?" She ended her speech, stopping and turning around for the surprise quiz. "Nothing including the number 6 makes it microwave you alive." "Bingo!" she exclaimed and patted him on the shoulder. "Now help me find a mannequin. Looks similar to the one from earlier." They started searching through the various seemingly normal items littering the attic. Even made sure not to touch anything, just in case. "By the way," he said, "is Marilyn really that difficult as people say?" "Who?" "You know, interact with her and you meet a horrible end, Marilyn Barnes, the employee that doesn't exist. The boss told me that she'll try everything to get your attention." She stopped rummaging through the chest and gave him a shameful smile. "Well, the name he said was Emily Barnes. Sorry, I can't help doing it. It was nice talking to you, though. On the flip side, you'll make a cute mannequin." "All right. You weren't supposed to go upstairs either." "Well, crap." End of story. Story number 170. Emergency Broadcast Warning, written by Danny Landolph. Attention, an event of unknown origin has begun in your area. In order to ensure your safety, you must perform the following actions. Any deviation will follow in loss of life. Number 1. Open all external and internal doors. Number 2. Open all windows. Number 3. Do not attempt by any means to bar entry. Number 4. When they enter, do not move, look, or acknowledge their presence in any way. Do not react. Small children, otherwise impaired individuals, and pets that you cannot keep from reacting should be abandoned. Repeat, do not react. Leave your televisions or radios on to await all clear. Good luck. End of story. Story number 171. My Daughter Saw the Easter Bunny, written by Brad Drac V. "Menopause," I blurted out, and nearly punched my doctor in the face. He nodded silently, referring to my medical file. "It's not uncommon for a woman of your age." "My age?" I gritted my teeth. "Wasn't my last checkup fine?" "It was," he said, trying to calm me down. "Is it rare?" "Yes. Not unheard of." "Maybe it's stress," I said, praying for a more temporary diagnosis. "Your body isn't producing eggs anymore, Rebecca," he said, closing my file. He lectured on about the female body, but my thoughts instantly went to my 5-year-old daughter, Amelia, and the eventual conversation about why she would never get to be a big sister. "To try have a good Easter, Rebecca," he said uncomfortably as I walked out his office. I pulled out the parking lot, and my tears were free falling at will. I wanted to get it out of my system as much as possible before returning home to Amelia and her father, William. "How am I going to tell William?" I said to myself. I brought on another full of tears, so I took the long way home. "Hi, honey," William said before I fully was through the door. Amelia greeted me with a wave from the couch next to him. "Hi, guys," I smiled. As bad as things seemed, everything was truly thankful for was sitting not 20 feet away. "How was your checkup?" William asked, voicing no concern. Why would he? There had been no signs that anything was wrong. "Fine," I shrugged. "Ames here was just telling me an interesting story," he said, holding back a chuckle. "Is that right?" I said, sitting down at the love seat. "I saw the Easter Bunny," Amelia shouted, and nearly bounced off the couch. "Good, honey," I replied, my typical mom response when I'm distracted. "In your room the other night." I gave her a smile, but hers dropped. I guess my response wasn't exuberant enough. I grabbed the remote and turned on Hulu, and clicked the first thing in our keep watching list. It was obvious that William was in control of the TV last, as it started playing some pedantic documentary about alien abductions and government conspiracies. "Why was he here so early, Ames?" Williams humoured her. "Easter is a few weeks away." She started to answer, but stopped and pointed to the television. "That's him," she belted out. William and I looked at the TV to see the artist's rendition of the supposed grey aliens. It had a stereotypical bulbous head, almond-shaped eyes, and a scrawny frame. We fell literally speechless, waiting for Amelia to laugh at what was obviously a joke. "Theories are abound as to why these beings abduct mainly females," the narrator spoke, but I turned to him out. "How physiology, reproductive systems, alien hybrids." He told me something, but I forgot, Amelia muttered. "In short," the narrator concluded, "they harvest the eggs of the abductees." "Eggs," she said. "That's what he said he needed." End of story. Story 172. The Villain's Monologue, written by Confetti Ice Cream. "Hey, babe," I called, flicking on the lights in the basement. His struggling form, tied securely to the steel chair, redoubled in his efforts at the sound of my approach. "I've got a little game for us to play. Remember when we went to see the Saw movie on our second date? You know I love those movies, right? Well, I've set up a little trap just for us. Doesn't that sound fun? I know you can't see anymore, or talk, and if you could, you wouldn't, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. So, I'll tell you. One button is on the left, okay? And I'm gonna put it right there. That's the live button. So, of course, the other button is the die button. This is gonna be so fun." What was left of his head whipped back and forth, trying desperately to see them, although we both knew that they was both totally useless. I sighed. "You've got one finger left, dummy. Just use it to push it, but let me explain first." He stuck his finger out as far as the rope would allow, straining to find the button. I slapped it roundly. "Let me talk. Anyway, of course there's got to be a twist. I'm afraid I've been a pretty bad jigsaw. I haven't really given you many reasons to want to live, have I? I am like the anti-jigsaw." I paused, thinking it out. "Anti-jigsaw. I like that. It sounds cool." I placed my hand on his. What even were they now? They weren't limbs anymore, and he flinched in anticipation. I smiled. "Scared, aren't you, dear? You should be. I'm just a crazy, crazy girl. But what's what you like? I'm a breath of fresh air, right? You're super scared." I stepped back from him, which proved to be a mistake, as he lunged with all of his remaining strength towards the die button and hit it, the click echoing through the room. I sighed loudly. "And stupid, too. Wow, you really thought that I would let you die after all of this? Nah, we're going to be getting started, you and I. You'd probably have hit the other button if you just let me finish, but you're still so impatient. It's so annoying. Yeah, that button was a switch to let the poison gas into your wife's house." I saw a flicker of confusion in his broken eyes before it was entirely taken over by panic, and I savored that flicker. Sick bastard. Of course, I was bluffing. The poor woman hadn't done anything, so I'd let her alone. But it was just so gratifying to watch him break. After all, she was one of his 7 different wives in 7 different households. None of them knew about the others. He was a master of hiding it. He was just trying to figure out which one I meant, and to think I'd almost been number 8. Bastard. End of story. Story number 173. Those Who Listen Scream, written by Adrian Rowe. In my hometown, we have a myth, or at least I thought it was a myth. I'm Elena, a 16-year-old junior in high school. Everyone always talks about the YouTube videos. They say that the most horrifying thing that you've ever heard. Rumor has it that if you listen, you scream, no matter who you are. Sophomore year, one of my closest friends disappeared. Her name was Addie, and she was deep into the dark web. She was always talking about the videos and how she needed to find it. Addie was always said that it was her destiny to prove to everyone that the video was real. Then she was gone. I felt the need to do her life justice. so I spent a few weeks scouring YouTube for the cursed video. Along the way, I watched many covers of the video where one person was screeching at the top of their lungs, but nothing made me scream. On the 14th day of my search, I found a video with no thumbnail. Completely numb to the fact that one of these videos might be real, I rolled my eyes before tapping on it. I put my earbuds in and pressed play. It sounded like thousands of things. No, people were dying at once. I could feel pain. Through everything, one of the voices sounded oddly familiar. My insides were burning and my skin was ice cold. My organs wanted to fly out of my body. Everything was wrong. Someone's nails were pressing into my back, and I swear to God that I felt blood drip down my back. The screeching grew in volume, much more than my headphones should have been able to do. I screamed like I'd never screamed before. I took it all in the air in my lungs, and my throat closed up. I couldn't breathe. My eyes prickled with tears. I could believe that I was going to die, just like Allie. I'd suffocate with no one as a witness. And just as that, the video ended, the pain subsided, my throat opened, and tears streamed down my face as I dialed 911. What happened wasn't natural, safe, and certainly wasn't legal. 911, what's your emergency? Chimed the operator, completely unaware of what I'd just witnessed. I opened my mouth to explain. Only then did I realize that I couldn't speak. My voice was completely gone. Thinking I just lost my voice from screaming, I hung up. It's been 3 days. I think my voice has joined the chorus. End of story. Story 174. The First Man in Cryostasis, written by Stealth Nymph. 10 more minutes. After spending 50 years chained up in this machine from hell, I'll be finally free. I'll finally feel alive again after all of these years. Ironic, since I'll die a few minutes after it turns off. I was the first man to ever be put into cryostasis. The idea was a short 3-month-long stasis to examine the effects on the human body. I panicked when I realized I could still see and hear everything during stasis, except I had no way to let anyone know. After 2 weeks, I got used to it, though. I had enough to look at regardless. Scientists busy running from the right to left, noting what they assumed to be important. It's only 3 months, and you'll be the most famous man alive. Not only the first to be put into cryostasis, but also the failed anesthetics. Imagine the lawsuit. You'll be a world star. My cheerful attitude quickly diminished when the scientists stopped coming. Well, most of them did. One man, from whose name tag I learned was Dr. Morelli, came back one time. He put his hand on the glass in front of me, as I could see the dampened area around it slightly. So I'm sorry, buddy. I don't know if you can hear me in there, but I don't have the authorization codes to get you out. The others, they're gone. He sighed deeply. The generator should give in about another gulp followed. 50 years. Why am I even telling you this? You're cozy and asleep in there while we're getting slaughtered out here like goddamn animals. I wasn't cozy. I watched an empty room for a little less than 50 years now. I watched as Dr. Morelli shoot himself and watched his corpse slowly decompose. It's been my only form of entertainment for a while, until the decomposition process stopped about 2 years in. But it's almost time. Here it comes again. The loud, droning computer voice will free me soon. Warning, 1 minute left until generator fuel supply is emptied. Authorized personnel, please refill the generator fuel supply. I hope they don't. I catch myself thinking, who am I kidding? Everyone who cares is long gone by now. It's happening. The lights are dimming. I can see the life support systems outside the pod deactivate. Morphine injectors are off too now. I feel again. Half a century of being frozen hurts like hell, but it'll be over soon. My breath is becoming slower. I can't move a muscle, but if I could, a smile would appear on my face right now. Goodbye, freaking ice. hell. Error. Generator malfunction. Backup generator online. Power restored. Systems online. Cryo life supports back online. Systems damaged. Cryo morphine injection. Backup generator estimated uptime 84 years, 3 months, 1 week, and 4 days. Resuming cryolatic stasis experiment. End of story. Story 175. The Child Whose Feet Hurt the Earth. Written by K. Ungehir. The banging on the door grew louder, and the expensive wood began to splinter. "Come here, Rosetta, sweetheart. Come to Mama," Esmeralda begged while crouching down next to the large dining room table. The tremor in her voice made her realize that she was shaking. The young child stood up and took a step towards her mother. The tremor and the earth shook the child back to the ground. There, off of her feet, the tremor stopped, and Rosetta began crying. The banging at the door stopped momentarily and doubled in intensity. "Come on, little apple. Come quickly, sweetheart." Esmeralda's breath caught in her throat as Rosetta pressed herself up onto her hands. "That's it, little apple. Come on." Rosetta clumsily climbed back to her feet. Esmeralda did her best to smile and clap her hands playfully to encourage the child. She was the only weapon they had left to protect them. This time, Rosetta was able to take 2 steps before the angry earth knocked her down again. But it wasn't enough to keep the door from giving way. Esmeralda jumped forward and snatched up her child. Barely had her hands around Rosetta's shoulders before the mob of women was upon them. It took 7 of them to drag Esmeralda away, screaming, into the noon sun. The remaining miners' widows stood in a circle as the 2 of them held the small, crying child. A third brought forth a large stone and positioned it high over the child's feet. End of story. Story number 176. ChooseYourDeath@gmail.com. Written by that other dude, 1817. There's an email address that lets you decide how you want to die. Nobody knows how it works. Nobody knows why it's there, but it's there. It works simply. All you have to do is send how you wish to die, and your wish will be granted within 5 days. You don't need to be specific. You don't need to put in anything extra. You don't even need to put in your info. They know. And once you send it, there is no turning back. Did you wish to die from a stabbing? Did you wish to die a hero? Did you wish to die from something inappropriate? Your wish will be granted. People die in their own beds from the hooded figure stabbing them to death. People die saving others from fires. People die doing something inappropriate. People die. I want to die too. I desperately want it to end. Life is impossible for me to continue to go through, and I don't want to live it anymore. But I'm too much of a coward for suicide, so I went for a better option. I didn't want to die painfully, and I didn't want anyone to mourn over my death. All I wanted was to leave this world peaceably and let everyone else who used to be in my life live their own wondrous lives. I raised my fingers over the keyboard and typed, "I want to die painlessly and not have anyone weep over my death." 1 day passed and I was still alive. 2 days passed and I was still alive. 3 days passed and I was still alive. 4 days passed and I was still alive. The 5th day was the day of the party. I came over to my brother's house along with most of my family. Today was the day of his party. Everyone else was singing and laughing, and yet I was sitting in the corner on my phone. I should have known it was a scam. I should have known that it was fake. I just wanted to die painlessly and not have anyone suffer over me. So why wouldn't it happen? Why wouldn't I die? Then I got a notification, and I went pale, realizing my wish came true. You don't need to put in any information in your email. You don't need to put any extra details in your email. And you don't need to be specific in your email. But God, I wish I was a bit more specific. I looked up at my family, enjoying themselves and completely unaware of what was about to hit them, as the words ballistic missile burnt into my mind. End of story. Story number 177, Confession, written by Pretty Creepy. You okay, buddy? Yeah. You sure? You're breathing heavy? I'm okay. Good. Relax. It'll go quicker that way. To start, I just need some basic information. Basic? Simple things. Okay. Let's start with an easy one. What's your name? Roy. Roy what? Frommier. Well, Mr. Frommier, how old are you? 16. You go to school? No. Why not? No, just don't. Live alone? No. You live with your mother and brother Bill, don't you? Yeah. Good. You're doing fine. But now I need to ask some harder questions, okay? Can you handle that? Yeah. Good boy. Your brother Bill is in some hot water, isn't he? He's been accused of something bad. Accused? He did something bad to that little girl, Jenny Connor. Oh, to be frank, Mr. Frommier, I think that you might know something about that. That's why you're here today. I think that you have a story about Bill and that little girl. Don't be shy. Relax. You aren't in any trouble. Just answer me one question. Did you see Bill take Jenny into the woods? I didn't see them. Really? I saw Jenny. Bill was home. You say you saw Jenny go into the woods, but Bill was at home. Yeah. Mr. Frommier, I find that a wee bit hard to believe. You know, we found Bill's jacket in the woods. We found his jacket soaked in about a pint of blood. Jenny's blood. We found her too. Funny enough, she was just a few yards away. We took some pictures. Want to see? Pictures? Of the body. Want to see? No. I expect you don't. They're not pretty, but nevertheless they beg the question, what was Jenny's blood doing on Bill's jacket? And why do dozens of witnesses claim to have seen them leave together from the football game? Witnesses? Mr. Frommier, I know you followed them from the field. We have it on CCTV. So I ask you again, did you see Bill take Jenny into the woods? Did you? I didn't. I think you're lying. Bill was at home. We go together from the football game. Bill said to take Jenny home. You took Jenny home? It was cold. Bill said take Jenny home and take my jacket. I said, let's go to the woods. Jenny said no. It made me mad. I pushed her. She hurt her head. What? I hid her in the woods. I was scared. I didn't want trouble. She woke up. She said she was mad and screaming, so I hit her. And so she shut up. And the jacket? Jacket? Bill's jacket. I hid it. Where? Under my bed. Christ, no, not under your bed. I think for once in your fricking life. You hid it in the woods. I hid it in the woods. Yeah, don't forget, it's important. Sorry. When they ask for real, you have to remember. I'm sorry for yelling. I hate seeing you made a fool of us all. I know, Bill. End of story. Story number 178. Someone broke into our home, written by Perfect Nightmare. It was every family's nightmare. My wife and I had the day off work, and we had taken our son out to lunch for some family bonding time, but as we approached our home, something felt off. I had a growing sense of dread the closer we got. As our house came into view, I could see that the front door was wide open. Someone had broken into our home. I told my family to wait outside in case the intruder was still inside. They obliged, and I slowly, silently made my way through the house. As I stepped into the living room, I saw broken furniture, nothing in its correct place, just utter chaos. Was this person looking for something? Did they have malicious intent? Why our home? Why us? Next, I walked to our kitchen. The fridge had been emptied. Dishes and food were all thrown all over the room. What kind of person had broken into our home? A homeless person who just needed food. If so, why had they destroyed the living room? That's when I heard it. Footsteps in the bedroom. The intruder was still in our house. I took a brief moment to be grateful that I had asked my wife and son to wait outside. It was impossible to decipher this person's motive so far. But I was about to come face to face with a person that forcibly entered our home, and I would demand answers. I crept towards the bedroom. Slowly, I approached the door and focused on the sliver of light slipping through the crack. I could see a faint shadows dancing in the light. I raised my hand, placed it against the door, and took a deep breath, readying myself for whatever may be on the other side. I pushed the door open and stepped through the threshold with authority. I couldn't believe my eyes. I actually rubbed my hands over them, thinking that I was imagining things. There, in my son's bed, was a young girl with curly blonde hair. She stared at me with wide eyes. She must have been terrified. I must have been a few feet taller, of at least 100 pounds heavier than her. I must have been a sight to see for a little girl, but she should have considered that before breaking into my home. I called my wife and son to see what I found. "Is that a human, Papa?" "Why, yes, it is, baby bear. That's dinner." End of story. Story 179. Heart, written by Tesla Toth. Our daughter was born dying. Childhood leukemia, they said. Just a bad draw of the cards. A white blood cells inside her, designed to protect her from harm, instead began attacking her, rotting her from the inside out. Her mother and I, also designed to protect her, could do nothing but watch as she slowly wasted away. Her name was Viv, short for Vivian, French for alive, defiant, but ultimately not prophetic for her fate. We buried Viv on her 5th birthday. After 5 years of constant heartbreak, our friends and family hoped we would feel some relief when we finally passed. Instead, the heartbreak continued, as omnipresent and suffocating as ever. We hosted seances, burning incense, and used Ouija boards, anything to try and keep her, a small part of her, alive. It was all a waste of time, really, and we knew that, but we never gave up. Until I noticed that someone had drawn in the stream on the bathroom mirror a heart. I assumed that was my wife had left it for me, but when I entered the bedroom, I found her fast asleep. I kept the image to myself for the time being, assuming that I dreamt it, but then I began to see it elsewhere. A heart drawn on the fresh fallen snow with no footprints anywhere nearby. A heart written with a ballpoint pen on a new yellow legal pad I'd just unwrapped from the plastic. A heart arranged around strings of beans on top of a meatloaf and a microwave dinner. Viv had died before we properly taught her to write, but she knew what that symbol meant. Love. It took it to mean many things. That she was safe, that she was happy, that she was still with us. Finally, I gathered up the courage to tell my wife. She didn't take it well. It began with disbelief and then anger. I showed her the pictures I'd taken of the symbols, but of course there was no proof of where they come from. I could have drawn them myself, she said. She became certain that I was toying with her emotions. I understood how she felt. She didn't want to get her hopes up and have them crushed again. It didn't stop me yelling back at her. It didn't stop me from throwing the dinner plate at the wall. She stormed out of the house, and I didn't stop her from going. It was then that I felt it, a shortness of breath, a numbness in my left arm, a sharp pain in my chest. I collapsed to the floor, realizing my mistake. Her heart. Viv hadn't been saying she loved me. Viv had been trying to warn me. End of story. Story number 180. Life of a Traitor, written by cab number 1729. You know, it's funny, really. In a maximum security prison filled with murderers and assaulters, the worst thing that they can do is leave you completely alone. Solitary confinement. The human brain needs input or it quickly descends into a horrifying madness of its own company. In 2086, when the world government fell into a dictatorship, capital punishment became very common. However, it was solitary confinement that people feared. That was reserved for just treason. I spent my working life making solitary confinement cells and carrying out the confinement. Here's how it works. The cells are molded to exactly fit the condemned. They are human-shaped coffins, arms out of the sides at 30 degrees, legs 45 degrees apart. For the insertion process, the traitors are sedated. The eyes and ears, mouth are not damaged, but all are sealed permanently shut. An automated breathing tube is inserted through the throat. 3 IV lines are inserted to feed nutrients. We use 3 lines in case of mechanical failure on one. Catheters are inserted to handle waste. The condemned are sealed and buried in a very public traitor's grave with enough autonomous supplies to last 80 years, but to be considered dead from that day forth. Nasty, right? Well, that has been my job for the last 20 years, and I'm pretty numb to the idea of it. 1 person a day entered a traitor's graveyard. This was so that the condemned person's story could feature on the evening news, along with the frenzied begging for a pardon. It hasn't caused me distress in many years. That was until last week, when I was convicted of treason. I can't really argue. I'm guilty. But after seeing the things I've seen, is it surprising I turned to murder? The regime needs to be brought down. This barbaric practice in solitary confinement needs to end now. But it'll take a better man than me to achieve that. Today, I woke up from sedation, my eyes and mouth sealed shut. Deafening silence and dazzling blackness greeted my panicked brain. Fight or flight response kicks in, and I choose between 0 options. I can't move an inch. Even my fingers are molded into place. I just keep thinking about all the people I put down here, all the things I wish I had done differently. I can't have been down here for more than a week, and I would choose death if I could. I would give anything to take back the treason I committed, the 7,000 people I killed. I only did it to save others from untold suffering. I did it while they were sedated, a syringe of air into their veins to cause a cardiac arrest. 1 murder each day for 20 years. It's just me alive down here, living the life of a traitor. End of story. Story number 181. Mental Health Friend, written by Folma3. Mental Health Friend is your all-in-one mental health app. Basic, free, premium $250. 4.8 stars, 1 million plus downloads, 3 plus Peggy. Install. 24/3/2019, 17:51. Do you accept the terms and conditions? Yes. 24/3/2019, 17:54. Mental health fiend would like to access your contacts, location, NFC, messaging, camera, microphone, Samsung Galaxy Watch, Google Play services. 24/3/2019, 18:01. If you're currently taking any medications, please enter them into the app. 25/3/2019, 05:15. It is time to take your venlafaxine, 225 milligrams. 25/3/2019, 12. Tip: fresh air and exercise are important. Go for a walk on your lunch break. 27/3/2019, 2000 hours. Tip: try and avoid looking at screens for an hour before bed. 5/4/2019, 1200 hours. See how you did this week. 5/4/2019, 12:01. Took venlafaxine 225 milligrams on time 71% of the days this week. Well done. 8/4/2019, 2000 hours. Did you self-harm at any point in the day? Yes. 14/4/2019, 1200. See how you did this week. 14/4/2019, 12:01. You didn't self-harm this week. Well done. 17/4/2019, 1800 hours. From your location data, it appears that you're working late. Tip: overwork is common cause of stress. 24/4/2019, 1923. Tip: red wine contains antioxidants and relieves stress. Treat yourself, you've earned it. 30/4/2019, 2000 hours. Did you self-harm at any point today? Yes. 5/5/2019, 1200. See how you did this week. 5/5/2019, 12:01. You self-harm twice this week. Tip: cutting down on your wrists increase your risk of bleeding out. 10/5/2019, 1728. From your location data, you're at a liquor store. Tip: drinking 700 milliliters of spirits may cause potentially fatal alcohol poisoning. 13/5/2019, 8:34. Tip: work to live, not live to work. If you need a self-care day, don't be afraid to call in sick. 15/5/2019, 8:27. Tip: work to live, not live to work. If you need a self-care day, don't be afraid to call in sick. 3/6/2019, 1100. From your location data, you have not been on work for 3 weeks. Have you been let go? Yes. 3/6/2019, 1100. Tip: unemployment is a major cause of stress and depression. 4/6/2019. From your location data, you are on a bridge. Tip: a fall from the site will likely be fatal. 6/6/2019, 1900. You have sent in text to Adam, dealer. Note that 13 milligrams of pure heroin will likely cause a fatal cardiac arrest. 6/6/2019, 2017. You have received several texts from Mom. Tell her everything's fine and you're just busy with work. Yes. 6/6/2019, 23:41. According to the Samsung Galaxy Watch, your heart rate is approaching 0 BPM. As stated in the terms and conditions, the app will now automatically purchase the premium version and post a 5-star review. Then uninstall. Thank you for using the mental health friend. End of story. Story number 182. Roller Coaster, written by My. Mom, I don't like it. I want to get off. I was a bit surprised. He had always been so brave. I was way more afraid than him when we got on. I never liked to be so high up from the ground. This'll be so much fun, he said to me when we were in the parking the car. I had kind of hoped that he would be strong for both of us. Oh, honey, I'm sorry, but we can't get off now. The ride has already started, but remember the small roller coaster in the park that we went to when we were little, with the funny clown? This is just like that, only bigger. And remember how awesome that was. My son looked at me with watery eyes. Oh, God, he had been so excited about this. I tried to swallow down my own nervousness and keep talking him to calm down. My voice was shaking a bit, but I managed to put on a smile. It's okay. You might feel a bit funny in your stomach. It's because the speed and the changes in force that pushes you. It's normal. Listen, do you hear? Other people are scared too. He looked at me with his kind blue eyes and nodded, just barely. I wanted to hug him, but my back was pressing into the seat heavily and I couldn't move enough. So was his. My eyes caught a glimpse of the sun over my son's head, and the sky was so bright. I tried to ignore the metallic clang sound as people screaming somewhere that seemed so far away. Oh, how I missed the ground. Then I felt a drop in my stomach when we were going faster and faster. My son started sobbing, and I tightened my grip on his hand. I thought that he would become such a handsome man someday. He would end up having a good life, marry a nice girl, or a guy, who knows. I didn't care as long as he was happy. That's all I wanted, for him to be happy and not scared. Hey, you know what? Close your eyes. This'll soon be over. I'm here. I'm not letting you go. Someone behind us started to scream. I felt my blood run cold. I tried to keep my focus on the one thing that mattered, my son's hand and my calm voice that kept telling him that it was going to be okay. Oh, he would become such a handsome man someday. But at this moment, he was only a 6-year-old boy on his first flight, going to surprise his grandparents all the way across the country. And the last thing I saw before I closed my own eyes was the second engine on fire. End of story. Story number 183. There is no off switch. Written by Tsuneme. Entertech has announced its latest revolutionary product, the Workday chip. With this product, a person can go the whole workday and not even know it. It automatically initiates the sleep sequence in the user's brain that controls their muscles so that they can do their job while completely unconscious. All of the person's energy can now be put into things that really matter. Hobbies, families, friends. They never have to think about work again, unless they're picking up their paycheck. Soon, this chip became a regular part of life. Some companies even started giving it out free to their employees. It was a win-win. The companies got more efficient workers, and the employees no longer had the stress of a job. They could hardly even tell a person was unconscious. The chip recognizes patterns and could converse just like the user would. For a while, it seemed like a perfect system. 3 years after the implementation of the Workday chip, the disease broke out. nicknamed the Red Flame Disease. It caused a terrible combination of coughing up blood and intense burning pain. It spread like a wildfire, and soon the majority of the population was affected. Even though most people were in no state to work, the chips forced them to automatically, and it was able to pick up locks or break down doors in order to get the user to work. In the end, it didn't matter if a person had a chip or not, everyone ended up dead. From the moment you first coughed up blood, you had mere days left to live. The disease didn't discriminate between the old and the young. Every single person eventually succumbed. It all happened so quickly that most bodies never even had a chance to take care of. They were just left their homes and rot away. Now, roaming the streets are corpses, doing nothing but going through the motions as if they were ghosts. Dead baristas try to ask customers that don't exist for their order. But some no longer have tongues. Shriveled hands work in factories to produce gadgets for nobody. Businessmen look before crossing the street on their way to work, but no longer have any eyes. These ghosts-like beings are stuck in a strange purgatory. They are dead, but not at peace. Watching over these ghosts are the CEOs, the top 1%. They live in elaborate bunkers and clink glasses, laughing about how they will never have to pay another worker again. The workday chip has no off switch, and that's exactly how it was meant to be. End of story. Story 184. Little Miss Know-It-All, written by Boca de Loop. Her name was Sarah. Not that anyone called her that, because Sarah knew it all. Sarah was good at maths and English and art and history. Sarah knew that the sun was a star and not a planet. Sarah knew how babies were made, and most of all, Sarah knew what happened when people died. Because Sarah, at one point, had died too. Sarah talked about before and after. Before Sarah, but she did not talk about this much. But Sarah did talk about other things. Sarah talked about hiking in beautiful places, about swimming in colorful fish. Sarah also talked about less interesting topics like politics. Little Sarah talked like an adult sometimes, but for someone so smart, some teachers did not like her, especially Miss Nettie. Sometimes Miss Nettie would stare at Sarah, and Sarah would stare back. The other children would be much too focused on their books, or too focused on chatting to each other to notice. But there was often moments like those, moments of tension and unsettling connection between the two. What everyone did notice was that Miss Nettie did not like Sarah. Miss Nettie was often cold and rude to little Miss Know-It-All. Tight-lipped, tense, and ever offering a smile, Miss Nettie routinely refused to look at little Sarah in the eye. But on the rare time she did, Miss Nettie seemed to look away immediately, and with an anguish and fearful look in her aged face. Because little Miss Know-It-All knew it all, and Sarah knew Nettie Osborne's secret. Miss Nettie knew about before Sarah. Miss Nettie knew about the broken body her troubled son put in the water. Miss Nettie had helped him bury the body that soon floated atop the calm waters of the lake near the Osbornes' home. She helped bury a woman, but now returned as a child who, on her first day in class with Miss Nettie, said to her, "I know what you're hiding at 34 Baker Street and under the shed." End of story. Story 185. The Year That Nobody on Earth Died, written by More Mustache. The water tastes funny. I shouldn't complain. It's a miracle the water has been turned back on, and that we still have electricity for that matter. It's been over 12 months since the governments of the world began to notice that the death rates had started to plummet. Another month after that was when they realized death rates worldwide had flatlined altogether. So far, nobody could figure out how it happened, whether through some mystic intervention or a sinister freak of nature. Either way, it's a disaster that no one expected. Of course, sickness still occurred over the last year. Accidents still took place and people were still attacked. It's just that none of them had happened to die. But birth rates continued strong as ever. Soon hospitals overfilled, homelessness shot through the roof, overpopulation overtook the planet. Food, water, electricity, basic supplies all started to dwindle in the shadow of the ever-increasing populace. Suddenly, the TV in the living room cackled to life on its own accord. I walked in and looked. An emergency broadcast. Something must be happening. It's a live feed from the Oval Office. The president sits at her desk as she shuffles her papers on the table nervously. "Today is a hard day," she croaks, tears welling up in her eyes. "It is a sad day for our great country. Usually I can come out and address you all in a collected presidential manner, but today I cannot. Today I need to speak to my fellow Americans, not as a president, but as a person. The past year has been one of the hardest the world has ever had to face, and this international crisis has caused unprecedented turmoil throughout our country and world. There are no signs of the catastrophe course correcting itself in the near future, and we are running out of options. We need to deal with the situation ourselves. We've been scouring through our options, and yet only one possible solution has presented itself." The president allowed herself one short sob as the fresh tears rolled down her cheeks. "And I make this decision with the heaviest of hearts, but I know it is my duty to do best for necessary for the country I love. We intend to carry out the solution in the most humane way and fairest possible method, random selection. God bless you all, and God bless America." With a cryptic addressal, the broadcast cuts to feeds of government trucks parked outside random, different residential areas across the country, dispatching what looks to be various corpses into the back of the trucks. I walked over to the window and noticed a truck pulling out of our block. Funny, it looks like the government ones on TV. Suddenly, a loud thump comes from the kitchen. I rush in and see my roommate lying face down on the kitchen floor. Before I have time to react, my vision goes blurry and my head spins. I look down at my glass in my fist. The water tastes funny. End of story. Story number 186. I keep my son inside a chest, written by Hakonomiya. Each morning when I wake up, I open a chest where I keep my son. I stroke his small skull and murmur, "Good morning," although I know that he can no longer hear me. I hope he doesn't think I've abandoned him. I hope he knows I never will. When my son died of a fever, I refused to let him go. He was only a baby, and all that had left, so I turned the stories my own mother had told me, the rituals and legends I'd learned in childhood. The rules of bringing someone back from the underworld seemed so easy. I scoffed at the story of those who failed, sure that my willpower would be stronger than theirs. I forced my way through the fields of night, and I found my son's fate, pale soul. I guided it all the way back to his body, never looking back once. When I saw my son open his eyes again and smile at me, I thought I'd made the right choice. He laughed, he ran, he played, just as he had before. I even believed that I could pretend nothing had happened. Then, a few days later, I saw the rot creeping up his skin. At that moment, I realized my mistake. I hadn't restored my son's life. I'd only brought his soul back to his corpse. I tried to comfort him as his body swelled and decayed. He wailed day and night in fear of his flesh fell from his bones. Only when his throat rotted away did he stop screaming. I attempted to return to the underworld, to return my son's soul, but the way would not open to me again. I cheated death, and my punishment was to keep what I stole. When his ligaments finally broke down, I gathered the bones and placed them into an antique chest that I inherited from my mother. Only the best would do for my son. Sometimes my son's bones still lie inside the chest for hours, even days, and I dare to hope that his soul has found his way back to where it belongs. But sooner or later his bones always begin to rattle again, and I know that he's still alive. Once all I wanted was to have my son here with me, but now I would give anything for him to die. End of story. Story number 187. I Want a Divorce by Justin Graham. What are you talking about? I kept my voice steady. I don't want you to come home. I've already put your things in boxes. They're in the storage locker. Look, Anna, what is this? We said that we would talk when we got back. I closed my eyes and remembered why I needed this. Finding strength in the certainty that I was doing the right thing, I gripped the phone hard. There's nothing more to talk about, Michael. We don't work. We haven't worked for a long time. I'm not ready just to move on, forgive and forget. I just can't do it. Is this about, don't you fricking say her name. Baby, I told you, it was a mistake and I was only a kiss, and I stopped it. It just happened. I don't have any feelings for her. I love you. That's bullcrap, Michael. Nobody held a gun to your head and made you kiss her. You did it because you wanted to, because you could, and it's not just because of her. It's, look, I don't want to argue, okay? This is better. It's better for you. It's better for me. It's better for Rebecca. It's better. I can't just walk away, Hannah. You, the two of you, are my whole life. Everything else is just crap that I have to do so that at the end of the day, I can come home to you. I'm sorry, Michael. I don't feel the same way. What? I don't love you. You don't love me? The phone shook in my hands as I blinked back tears. Breathe, Hannah, breathe. Keep breathing. You can do this. You're strong. No, not anymore. I heard him cry over the phone. His voice was thin and whining. You're lying. I always love you, Michael, but I don't love you like that anymore. I can't. There's just too much baggage. It's like sitting in a car that's going nowhere. I can't anymore. I need to breathe again. An inarticulate sound came through the line, garbled. He was probably pressing the phone against his chest, trying to find the right words, so I said them for him. Goodbye, Michael. My lawyer will be in touch. Hannah, I hung up on him and threw the phone on the couch, sinking to the floor. I couldn't hold the anguish in any more. I felt like I was going to be sick. Well done. I looked at her perfectly manicured nails, curled hair, sweetheart dimples, and knife she held against my baby's throat. I did what you wanted. He's all yours. Please, let Rebecca go. Oh, sweetie, she clucked. We both know that he'll never leave you. But hearing you on the phone just now, do you think anybody will be surprised when he comes home to Rebecca laying in her crib with a pillow on her face, and you face down in the bath? I wailed as she cooed. Don't worry, Rebecca won't feel a thing. End of story. Story 188. The F Word. Written by Bad Fake Smiles. Mom, my daughter Sarah shouted from her room. Being a single parent is tough enough that I would have to deal with the fact that my 9-year-old daughter needs more attention than my ex. Then again, my ex could just get a lot of attention from other women. Mom, there's a spider in my room. Please hurry. She continued shouting. The damn thing won't kill you. Just please, I just got home from work. Give me a break. I shouted back. Mom, a unicorn. Mom, please come. I raised an eyebrow and just continued my way upstairs. All I was looking forward to was my head on a pillow and nap for a while before I make dinner. When I got upstairs, Sarah suddenly bolted outside her room. Mom, my boyfriend is here with me inside my room. Sarah, please, I sneered as I told her while I placed my hand on my bedroom doorknob, patting my pockets for the key. Frick, Sarah shouted. Excuse me, I raised my voice. I tolerate us being buddies, and all that foul mouth isn't something I'd let pass under this roof. What did you just say? She went inside her bedroom and stormed right after her. I was ready for a scolding, and when she frantically closed the door behind us and locked us inside her room, her eyes swelled and her hands shook uncontrollably. There's, she whispered, a man inside your room. I opened my daughter's door an inch just to take a peek outside, and a pale man from my room was doing the same. End of story. Story 189. My husband isn't cheating on me. Written by H38LF8JGDT9. I love my husband. I know he isn't cheating on me. Now, other women might be suspicious of their husbands started coming home in different clothes than they left in, but not me. I trust him. I know he's not cheating on me. Other women might be suspicious if their husbands started spending longer hours at the office. Other women would jump to conclusions seeing their husband with so many younger girls, friends from work, he calls them. Other women might be upset constantly seeing the girls that take up so much of their husband's time, reminders of the fact that he's never home. But not me. When I watch the news and I see the pictures of the families choose the missing posters, I can't help but smile. My husband is not cheating on me. End of story. Chapter 190. A wrong number saved me from taking my life. Written by Long Story Short. I had meant to call up my relative yesterday night to ask for some cash so that I can travel back to my hometown. I was convinced that the city was cursed. I came to a big city with my guitar and my 5-year-old daughter in hopes of a big break and a better life for my little girl. "You're gonna rule the world someday," I used to tell her. I even aptly named her Reina, derived from the Spanish word for queen. That was 2 years ago. My big break just was an upgrade from a store clerk to food delivery. It did not matter how odd the job was, as everything I did was to ensure that Raina had a roof above her head and food on her plate. We were celebrating her turning 7 yesterday, as I took her around her favorite places in the city. The accident happened a split second that I let go of her hand to take a call. The driver was intoxicated and filthy rich because he did not bother to stop his car. There was so much blood as I held her head. It stained the new dress and my clothes as I clutched her lifeless body. The same night, I held my phone in my one hand and a bottle of pills in the other. I only had to take 2 and end this pain. That's when I heard her voice. I was going to hang up, having dialed incorrectly, but she insisted on keep talking. She said that she was waiting for an adventure to happen that night, and that this call could be the beginning of one. I told her I did not have any intention of entertaining her. "You sound sad," she said. "I am sad. I was the craziest thing, but I ended up pouring out every detail of my story to her in the next 15 minutes. I felt strangely cathartic. "What's your daughter's name?" she asked. "Raina." "What a coincidence. Mine too." I let out an hysterical laugh. I did not know why, but even if she was lying to make me feel better for that moment, it worked. My baby girl was my everything. My voice came out in sobs. Clutching the bottle of pills, I spoke. "There is so much pain inside of me. I don't think I can live with it." "Then don't," Raina stated. "When you share your pain with others, you wouldn't have to handle the sorrow all by yourself." We didn't speak much after that, and I hung up. I went to work as normal today, delivering over 20 different orders to various people. As I reached home, the bottle of pills was now empty. I had crushed 2 of them into every one of those orders that I delivered the entire day. Tomorrow, several families would know the sorrow of losing a loved one. Raina was right. Sharing pain did make me feel less lonely. End of story. Story 191. How many Sophies does it take to change a light bulb? Written by Hack Shuck. Why did the bicycle fall over? Because it was too tired. What word is always spelled wrong? Gullible. Why did Sophie cross the road to get to the other side? What is yellow and dangerous? Shark-infested custard. What goes down and doesn't come up? A yo. What goes oh? Santa walking backwards. What's a coward? Moo. Knock knock. Who's there? The doctor. Doctor Who? A man walked into a bar. Ouch. What is the best birthday present? A broken drum. You can't beat it. Why did the bicycle fall over? Because Sophie kept forgetting how to ride it. What word always is spelled wrong? Everything that Sophie ever wrote. Why did Sophie cross the road? Because I placed her teddy bear on the other side. What is yellow and dangerous? A school bus doing 55. What goes down but does not come up? Sophie. What goes oh? My mom when she saw Sophie in the road. What is a coward? Me. And I never owned up. Knock knock. Who's there? The doctor. Doctor Who? Doctor from the psychiatric hospital. I'm here for your mum. She has to go away because she's so sad. That's why she can't stop crying. A man walked into a bar every morning until he died. What is the best birthday present ever? To have my kid sister Sophie back, and my mommy and daddy. Story number 192. The 14th house you checked for food was empty like the rest. You see a note on the counter, with yellowed with age. It reminds you of a better time and gives you enough hope to check for a few more houses before you turn back. Written by Spiky Head Orphan. It says, "Hey babe, I took care of the grocery shopping, couldn't find any new non-perishables, and toilet paper was completely sold out, but I got most of the list. I'm going out again to try find some. See you soon." End of story. Story 193. I wore a pink and white sundress. Written by Minty Midnight. I was 6. I was in the park and I was wearing a pink and white sundress. My mother was talking to her friend. The park was not that crowded. There were not many people there. There was a mat with toys in it, and a couple were sat by and said it was okay for me to play with them. After about 20 minutes, the nice lady asked me if I wanted to go to the toy store. I was so excited. Before I could get in a car, a girl with jeans and a red top grabbed my hand and pulled me away from her. When she did, I started yelling. I caused the lady to panic, driving away without me. My mom ran over. She was panicked. She noticed I had disappeared and was desperately looking for me. At the time, I didn't even know what was going on. I was just mad at the girl for preventing me from going and getting more toys. When I found out what the lady was trying to do, though, I still cannot see people in sundresses without shivering. The lady that tried to take me was never caught. Her description matched a woman who kidnapped 28 other children. They weren't as lucky as I was. My mother tried to find the girl that saved me. She left before my brother found me, and I often wondered who she was. Until yesterday. You see, I often walk around the same park hoping to find the girl that saved my life. Yesterday, I put out on a cute red top and I walked around the park. This was when I saw a lady who tried to take me. She was holding a child by the hand, leading her away. On impulse, I grabbed the child and pulled her out of her hand. When the girl screamed, the lady panicked and drove away. Stunned by the familiarity of the situation, I looked at the crying girl. She wore a pink and white sundress. End of story. Story 194. Everyone should try therapy. Written by Queen Skittles. I was 8 years old the first time I experienced death. My older sister was hanging from her top bunk, face blue, the stench of urine and feces in the air. The suicide note said that she couldn't take the bullying and abuse anymore. I still can't properly name the emotions I felt seeing her there. The second time death visited, I was 12. My mother had developed sleep issues after my sister's death. Her only solace from the terrors of the night came from the form of pills and liquor. I saw her there, flat on the couch, a small orange bottle that was still full yesterday, empty on the ground. A large glass open, spilled on the floor, unknown how much ingested and how much soaked into the carpet. I debated wiping the chunks of last night's dinner from her mouth, but my father stopped me. The same strange feeling in my gut from when I saw my sister came back that day. The third and fourth deaths were not nearly as eventful. A car accident, a man who had a bit too much in his glass, and a woman who was too asleep to notice. The adrenaline rush as I stepped over the crunching glass kept me from noticing my own wounds. The flashing lights of the ambulance as the medics rushed me to the hospital still appear in my dreams. I never learned their names, but their faces are seared into my brain. What little was left of their faces, anyway. Now I see death everywhere I go. I feel it follows me, like an angel on my shoulder. The homeless man in the alley behind the bar, a needle in his arm. My first serious girlfriend, anaphylaxis from food contaminated with nuts and unable to find her EpiPen. My cubicle mate, who took too much insulin before lunch. I remember seeing all of them, every single face. The same, the serene stillness of death on their corpses, vomit on their mouths and urine in stained pants, and that strange feeling in my gut when I saw the bodies. That's why I've come to you. As my therapist, I want to understand these feelings. I've always had trouble understanding my emotions. It was difficult at first to understand how death came to an angel on my shoulder, or why so many people in life had to die. Grasping the cruel reality of the corpses piling around me is something I've struggled with for years and years and years. I do think I've come to understand after this session, though. I know you haven't been able to talk. It's quite hard for the deceased, especially if you don't have a jaw. That tickle in my stomach, that gulping sensation, that pounding in my heart, absolute elation. You're a good therapist for helping me understand. It's such a shame that you couldn't keep the stress of your wife leaving you, had to resort to a shotgun. Such a shame. End of story. Story number 195. My Brother's Letter, written by HGTV Neighbor. I got a letter from my estranged brother. Well, I suppose estranged is putting it lightly. We share nothing but disdain for each other. Why? Because he's a jerk, of course. People always said that we were so much alike, but I never saw it. Liar, cheat, conman, backstabber. Any of these and more would probably be an accurate description of Joshua, but I'm certainly none of these. Joshua and I are identical twins, though, so I suppose on a purely superficial level we are indeed very much alike. But Joshua is a villain, and I am an everyman. I won't even get into things that he did to me, simply because it's too painful to recount. Let's just say it included, but was not limited to, mental abuse, public humiliation, and torture. Despite the crap stain my brother had always been, Joshua does have a daughter I like very much. Judy calls once in a while to chat, and it's clear she feels guilt about who her father is. With some trepidation, I open up my brother's letter. I could only imagine the kind of bullcrap that he was about to see. Hey, Jim. Judy may have told you that I'm in poor health. I have many regrets, and I just want to make things right with you. So I booked a trip for us to take together, just you and me, at a beautiful resort in Brazil. The dynamic duo in action, just like the old days before I became who I am, no longer want to be. Please say yes. Please give me a chance to be your brother again. Joshua. So, there it is. Its seed my brother hopes will take a root and grow into a new beginning for us. Just to drop on that flight and meet him in Brazil, and spend a few weeks getting to know him again, share some beers and shed a few tears. I know what you're thinking. Don't do it, Jim. Screw the jerk. And you will be right to say it that way. However, I know something you don't. I know that Joshua's kidneys are failing. I know that I'll be kidnapped shortly after exiting the airport. I know that he plans to take both of my kidneys. And I know that he doesn't know that I have late-stage renal cancer. I know the shady surgeon will find the cancer and transplant the kidneys into Joshua regardless. I know a man with my identical DNA will likely fare no better against the cancer that would have likely earned me a terminal diagnosis. I know I will die on that table. I know his suffering will end, and a new kind will begin. I know Joshua will leave a substantial inheritance, and I know his loving daughter, Judy, helped him plan all of this. And now you know. I convinced her to do it. End of story. Story number 196. This is Just a Nightmare, written by Patrick RGM. That thing, whatever the frick it is, hasn't stopped chasing us all this time. How long has it been, exactly? I don't know. My clothes are torn, my shoes are missing, my feet are bleeding out. We might have been running for days. We run on, its blinding white eyes projecting our shadows ahead of us. I turn to him. He's no better, at least physically speaking. His eyes are tired, but his pace remains consistent, the woods stretching out indefinitely. Are they even woods? I was certain we had been running through trees, yet now they seem to be more like great tendrils stretching up into the aether. I try as hard as I can to remember how we arrived here, but even those became a challenge. I think that's when I realize, "Hey!" I call out, even though we are mere feet apart. Now's really not the time. He had a point. I persist. I have an idea. What? Try and remember how we got here. We run in silence for a moment. I don't know what, I I can't remember. He sounds almost like he finds the fact amusing. It is, in a way. What if none of this is real? It sounds beyond stupid saying it aloud. But he pauses. Frick, what if, I think you might be right. Now, I'm doubting the theory myself, but it only makes sense. He pulls out a gun that I now remember we had with us the entire time. How do we know which of us is dreaming? I stare at him, and then my own hands, and sure as hell feel real. Do you feel real? Of course I do. Am I willing to bet you do too? Jesus Christ, shoot me in the foot. I say without really thinking it through. If I'm dreaming, then surely the sensation would be enough to wake me up. I suppose that makes sense. He does as he's told. The pain is indescribable. Then nothing. I take the gun. Wait. He looks at the ground, conflicted, then back at me. Go for the head. What the frick are you? I'm serious. You have to trust me. Think about it. If I'm dreaming, I'll wake up and none of this is real. If you're dreaming, then you haven't killed anyone. My hands shake. The monster comes closer. I can hear the fierce drone, the sharp cry, like that of a banshee. I open fire. The monster stops. The woods around us dim as it closes its eyes. I keep my eyes firmly on the body all the while. Keep your hands in the air. We have you surrounded, you son of a witch. I do, as they say, eyes and the body. Don't worry, officer. None of this is real. Trembling, I bring the gun to my head. They all tense, giving shouts of defiance, commanding me to stop. None of it matters, though. This is just a nightmare. End of story. Story 197. The Meteor Generation, written by HTHRFLWRS. Mama tells me I'm part of the last people they're ever gonna make. She says that I'm special, sweet, and kind. And I want to prove her right. I want to be warm enough for both of us. Mama doesn't let me watch TV anymore. I asked her if I was grounded and she said no. Sometimes she thinks I'm out playing as she turns it on and cries and cries. I don't know what they talk about on there, but I cried too, just to be safe. Mama told me last summer that I didn't have to go to school no more. I asked her why, and she said that they stopped making schools. I asked her what about the one we already got, and she told me that one got washed away in a flood. Nobody was inside, but they stopped making that kind of building, so I got to stay at home and play video games instead. I don't remember the flooding. Last week they stopped making power plants too, so I couldn't play video games no more either. Today, Mama took me out to the park. She pushed me on the swing set some and then sat me down on a hill and pointed at something in the sky. She asked me if I knew what it was, and I told me it was a meteor. I said it looked like a little baby moon, and she held me tight and nodded. She said it's even bigger than a moon, but it's smaller 'cause it's far away. I told her I thought it was getting bigger, and she told me it was. When we left, it was bigger than the moon. When we got home, she made my favorite dinner and told me I could have as much ice cream as I wanted. I asked her why she wasn't eating nothing, and she told me she wasn't hungry, and I could eat enough for both of us. After dinner, Mama took her old photo albums, and we looked at all the pictures of Mama when she was young, of Papa before they stopped making him, of me when I was a baby. She did some crying and held me close. She told me that I was an angel, that I made her happy so she could cry. She said, "Thank you for being my perfect little boy." I said I didn't understand, and she told me that it was okay. Then it was bedtime. I asked Mama if I could sleep next to her tonight, and she said, of course. She cuddled me right tight and told me everything was gonna be okay. I asked her why. She just kept repeating herself. Everything's gonna be okay. Everything is gonna be okay. Everything is gonna be... End of story. Story 198. Cleft, written by Dreadfuls. Paramedics chattered on the edges of my awareness. A code blew on the way via airlift. I was prepared in the OR. I'd seen many injuries, but this one was evil. That all the injuries force should be so concentrated in one spot and the exact same shape. It seemed unfair even by the godless cosmic standard. The patient was struck by a drunk driver while crossing a busy intersection downtown, such a senseless and preventable accident. She presented to the emergency room with a horrific wound. The car had been going at 60 miles per hour when it blew through a red light. It launched her face first into the corner of a steel dumpster. Where her face had been could only now be described as a cleft. Her eyes, nose, and mouth were destroyed. Her facial bone structures disintegrated. Just a soft, pulpy pool of damaged tissue and blood. Miraculously, her brain was completely unscathed. It reminded me of a failed shotgun suicide that I'd treated years before. We fed tubes through what remained of a nasal passage and installed a feeding tube. We filled her face full of gauze. She remained heavily sedated all night. There was a nervous, guilty energy buzzing in the room. Would the patient be grateful to survive? Either way, she had stabilized. Police gathered statements and evidence were in the waiting room when I shuffled out, delirious. I tried to pass them quickly, but they insisted on speaking to me. I told them I know nothing about the case besides the extent of her injuries, but they had a pitiful look in their eyes. The two officers. They sat me down. They produced an ID. It was my wife's. She is my wife. The patient without a face. Time is lost. Strong hands hold me up. The floor keeps me from falling into the earth while I shriek and shriek. I am the weakest I've ever been. Too weak to protest the officers taking me home. Can't do anything more for her tonight. But today she's sitting up. She's alert, almost entirely untouched except for the huge concavity in her familiar face used to be, full of bandages, stitches, and tubes and blood. I sit by the bed, so many words spill out, explanations, prognoses, limitations, promises. She is very still. I know she's listening and understands. I notice a pad of paper at her lap. She pantomimes writing. A pen. She wants to communicate. I dig around the drawers and find a pen branded by some vendor drug company that makes 24-hour antacids. I place it gingerly in her palm. What would she say? My eyes bore into the pages hanging on the written word. Just for a second, my partner of 30 years lets the ball-tip pen slouch on the page. But she doesn't write. One decisive, quick, and graceful movement, she turns the pen inwards and plunges it all her might into a jugular vein. End of story. Story number 199. Photographs written by generic Pringles can. I look at my children and how they play with their children. I stare into the living room, completely frozen. I haven't blinked for years, and my eyes are like a sand vapor. My arm hurts like hell from holding a beer. My nose and lungs are congested from the smoke produced by the barbecue next to me. For being 85, I don't look a day over 40. My grandson, now 15, walks over to me. I try and call for help, but my mouth is stuck in a smile. He leans down and kisses me on the forehead. I miss you, Grandpa. He walks away, leaving me on the mantelpiece above the fireplace. Some say people are immortalized by film and photographs, but believe me, living forever like this is worse than hell. End of story. Story number 200, Onomatopoeia, written by 26 Sticks. The obnoxious ring of the school bell, the collective tip-tap of the footsteps leaving the building, the excited chit-chat of the tired conversation, the gentle pitter-patter of the raindrops dripping, and the gentle slish-slash of my shoes on the pavement, the angry boom of lightning meeting the earth, and the gentle slish-slish of my shoes on the pavement, the hidden rustle-rustle of the bushes behind me, the gentle slish-slish of my shoes on the pavement, the discreet tip-tap of the foots behind me, and the gentle slish-slish of the shoes on the pavement, the gentle slish, slish, tip-tap-tap-tap-tap, the manic pound-pound of my heart, slish-slish, tip-tap-tap-tap, tip-tap-tap-tap-tap, pound-pound-pound-pound-pound, splat, thud. End of story. And that, my friends, is the end of the spooky spectacular marathon. I hope that you enjoyed. If you wish to support this channel, there are numerous ways to do so down below, but the easiest way would be to share this video with as many people as you can. If you wish to support the authors, the links are down below. And until the next time, I hope that you all have a good one. Cheers.